Good morning, welcome to day 2 of the game between Sussex and Durham here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Sussex are going to resume their innings today on 322 for 9. James Coles, the standout batter for the visitors, 117 off 190 for him, but Durham will be ruining the dropped chances they had off him. First on 35, Matthew Potts had John Simpson put down in the cordon. George is unable to take the catch at slip. Baz Deleda had a chance of getting Coles on 95. He cut back a point, but unfortunately not able to hang on. Coles goes through to his 5th first-class century. He'll be on strike to face up first thing this morning. Players taking a little bit of time to make their way down to the edge of the square, but that gives me the chance to introduce Ben Fitzpatrick back to the live stream for the first time this season.
Yeah, first time in the counties this season. Very, very good to be back in the 4-day game, in the red ball game. And yeah, like you say, it's always the case whenever you start dropping those chances early on in a player's innings, and they go on to make a ton, and an important ton as well for Sussex. Some good cameos throughout the rest of the order. Daniel Hughes, 60, then got bowled by Baz Deleda. John Simpson with a 40. Jofra Archer with a handy 31-run cameo as well towards the end of the innings. But yeah, story all about James Coles and his work with the bat, and Durham will be wanting to get him out pretty quickly, or potentially Gurinder Sandhu as well within the first sort of half an hour at the very least to get them batting throughout the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Bell has just gone. Umpires making their way down the steps to the pavilion. See Ryan Campbell as well, going for a little bit of a boundary walk maybe over to the nets. Players now follow the umpires out towards the middle. Yeah, Tom Haynes was the first wicket to fall, dragging on to Ben Rain yesterday. Tom Clark took an age to get going and looked as if he was just kicking things up a gear before George Rothesay did for him. Daniel Ibrahim again took a while to get going, and Sam Connors on debut for Durham after an horrific time with injuries, able to pick up his first couple of wickets, first of Ibrahim, then Simpson, feathering one through to Ollie Robinson just after tea. Finn Hudson-Prentice offered up a cheap shot to Emilio Gay in the covers. That gave Baz Deleda his second after an absolute peach to get rid of Hughes. Jack Carson, again, feathered one through to Ollie Robinson. A very good ball from Deleda to get that one. Ollie Robinson was here for a good time, not a long time. Ben Rain striking one across the pads just before we had a brief 10-minute rain delay. Then we're back on, as Ben mentioned, Jofra Archer with a very handy 31 off 34, and Gurinder Sandhu is partnering James Coles this morning, 2 off 18 for him. Durham, I think, Ben, will probably be the slightly happier the teams coming out this morning, but that could very quickly change in the first half an hour if this last Sussex pair hang around. Yeah,
definitely. I think sort of quite a lot of the damage was relatively limited. Wickets at important times, not letting too many of the Sussex batters get too far ahead. Daniel Hughes, that sort of standout with the 60, besides from James Coles, who's rejoining us here this morning and going to be on strike. But yeah, as I said earlier on, if the first half an hour Durham can get that final wicket, get the opening batters in and in a good rhythm. Sussex won the toss, remember, as well yesterday morning and elected to bat. So like you say, Durham will probably be the happier of the two sides, saying, okay, we've got through the majority of the order, just a tick over 300 as well, and we'll be looking primed to strike and get themselves in their rhythm here this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be a change of ends for Matthew Potts to kick things off this morning. He normally comes from the Finkel end, which is right down in front of where we are in the commentary box, but he's going to change ends. He's going to come down from the Lumley end. Probably be Potts and Rain to kick off. And this little subplot here is that Baz Deleda is currently got figures of 4 for 83, and would, if he picks up this final wicket, would be his maiden fifer in red ball cricket. So we'll see if Alex Lees goes to Deleda, or if it is going to be the experience of Ben Rain. As we mentioned, Sam Connors on debut. It's nice. He spoke at end of play yesterday. Nice to get finally out into the middle, especially bowling first as well. Figures of 2 for 68 for him so far. See if he is called upon in this opening half an hour. Just going to be the one slip. Got catching mid-wicket as Matthew Potts is ready to kick off day 2. Immediately picks out that man at short mid-wicket who's George Giselle. Ben Raines at mid-on. Alex Lees mid-off. Graham Clarkson the covers. Baz Deleda, Emilio Gay, Will Rhodes and Sam Connors are the boundary riders. Will Rhodes is, we were joking yesterday, Ben, he's probably not got the best chat out there because he's kind of been relegated to the boundary rider role for not only the T20 Blast but then coming back into the side due to Ben McKinney suffering a blow on the head Friday night against Yorkshire in the T20s. That's going to be the first run of the day. I'm pretty sure it'll be signalled as a leg by and is. So yeah, Ben McKinney, Durham waiting to see when he starts feeling okay again so his 7-day protocol can start. So he's out for this game, potentially going to miss Surrey as well later on this week. So slight change in the batting order. Emilio Gay opened at Northamptonshire though, so no real major qualms for him, just stepping up one, probably where he prefers to bat, to be honest. Will Rhodes is probably going to bat number 3 for the first time in Durham colours. Going to be Colin Ackerman at 4, then the middle order duo of Robinson and Clark. Deleda, Giselle, Rain, Potts and Connors probably going to round up the batting lineup. Potts around the wicket to Sandhu. Leaves that one alone.
2 slips in here for Sandhu as well. So it looks like the idea and the attack's going to be clear. Try and bowl Sandhu a little bit fuller maybe. Try and get him to just feather one off a loose shot early on. Hasn't quite got himself in yet. Just 2 off what is now 19 deliveries with that first ball. It's been faced from Potts.
Really aiming in on that sort of 4-stump line. I would have been interested to see if Potts would have just carried on over the wicket to Sandhu. I saw it yesterday pretty much. A lot of left-handers in this Sussex batting lineup and almost exclusively all the Durham seamers came around the wicket, which I guess you're trying to bring those stumps into play and everything. But it would have been, me and Ash thought we're talking about if you could just stay over the wicket and just maybe try and push one across. Maybe the Kookaburra just doesn't really invite those sorts of opportunities, whereas the Dukes might. So you just see if Potts can get the breakthrough here. Nice big carry as well, that one through to Robinson.
Yeah, it's typical, I think, really, isn't it? Like you say, getting those left-handers in swing and in sort of flat movement towards the batter has become such a staple, I think, of modern bowling and modern cricket now. You're always talking about the in-swing or the wobble seam sort of movement. But, yeah, maybe an opportunity there, like you say, to just try and drift one away from the left-hander, especially if you're trying to get him to just feather the bat out, play that loose stroke and top-edge one to one of the slips caught, maybe.
Sandhu's up to the task so far for the opening over of the day. Just the one leg by, 323 for 9. Obviously, Sussex, as well as trying to stay out there as long as possible to frustrate Durham, probably got half an eye on trying to get to 350 before 110 overs are up, trying to get that 3rd batting bonus point. Durham obviously picking up their bowling bonus points yesterday, picking up those 9 wickets. And it is going to be the man in search of his maiden 5 for him, Baz Deleda, to start from the Finkel end.
Yeah, interesting to see that it's Deleda starting, as you said earlier, Rob, potentially thinking it would be the typical opening bowling partnership of Rain and Potts, but Deleda here, he's been sort of searching that 4-wicket haul so far, see if he can get that 5th and that maiden 5 for, as we say. But Deleda from the Finkel end. Straight darting towards the pads, Lee's down and no run. And this will be where players like Lees and even Rainey will be offering their encouragement to Deleda. You saw him just having a chat with them there. driven, well timed as well. And Lees is going to jog-a-lotch that one to the rope. Good stroke there from Coles, and the first scoring shot of the day.
That's a lovely straight-on drive for 4. So Deleda really trying to target the stumps and the pads, but Coles on 117 wasn't going to be too phased. As you mentioned, as Ash mentioned quite a lot yesterday, Kookaburra not really doing an awful lot for the Seamers, and this new one being just a shy under 17.5 overs old.
That one's definitely guided towards third man. There is cover out there, and Coles will happily jog down for 1. Yeah, just not showing too much at the moment. Good carry. I mean, from that Lumley end, what we saw from Potts early on, I have to see if that's the same kind of flight that it gets from the Finkel end. But here, even with Deleda, they're still going to go around the wicket to Sandhu. Second slip in. That's Ben Rain that's just come across the square as well to go towards the offside. That's sort of square. Carries up on Sandhu, but he stands tall and over the ball. No run. Of course, all the other games across the county championship, both divisions getting themselves underway now this morning as well. That's nice from Deleda there, just jagging in slightly, a little bit higher than maybe he'd be looking for. Good movement across the pads there. It's the end of the over, just 5 runs from it. 328 for 9.
Yeah, you read my mind, Ben, with the rest of the games around the country. I was literally just pulling up the tab. Yeah, I think we are underway everywhere else around the country, including at Headingley, where Bryden Cast has struck early for England, removing Shubman Gill for just 8. So India 93 for 3. Lead of just 99 so far. Essex have lost an early wicket against Hampshire, 295 for 9. Hampshire definitely had the best of day 1 and kicking off day 2 well for them. Somerset looking to rile up or build a really big score against Warwickshire, 228 for 3. They are at Edgbaston. Surrey making good work so far of Worcestershire's 209 as Potts is in again. Good bouncer from the England man. So Surrey trading by just under 150 there. Nottinghamshire against Yorkshire at Trent Bridge, 307 for 6. The hosts are after they chose to bat. Derbyshire making light work so far of Gloucestershire's 187 all out. They are currently 125 for 2. Kent and Lancashire got an early finish yesterday at Blackpool due to the rain. So they'll have overs to make up today and tomorrow. Kent currently 218 for 4 after being put in by Jimmy Anderson. Middlesex are 408 for 8. And considering they were 33 for 3, Northamptonshire will be pretty upset with how they've managed to get that far ahead in the game. And Glamorgan 307 for 7 against the table-topping Leicestershire in Division 2. So underway absolutely everywhere around the country so far.
That's some fight back as well there from Middlesex. Joe Cracknell stand out, 111 not out. Toby Rowland-Jones as well, still batting at 39.
Coles will take that single. Seeing Alex Leeds going with a bit of a split field for Coles. Still has that slip in Colin Ackerman, but has got those. He's got 4 men, 2 on each side, just allowing Coles to single. Obviously, Durham want to bowl as many at Sandhu as they can. They're going to get they hope they're going to get 3 here. Sussex just 21 away from what would be a third batting bonus point. Sandhu digs that one out well.
Yeah, he's done very well with that delivery there. It's just the one where you just mistime it, and then maybe it's clipping the bottom of off stump. But it's a very, very good work from Sandhu. And he'll know, I think, as well, the ideas that Durham are going to try and implement here early on this morning. And he's just going to play the role that he will have done throughout the end of yesterday, really. Just sort of try and see the balls out, play on the bad balls, and allow Coles to do a lion's share of the work.
Got the change of angle over the wicket now. Potts to Sandhu. Almost brings immediate rewards. Sandhu looking to push him out through cover point. Almost just gifts it to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
I tell you what, Robbo, it's exactly what you were talking about, wasn't it, as well? Just drift one away. If we're trying to make Sandhu play the loose shot, just feather and edge one towards the two men in the slips of Drizzell and Ackerman. That's exactly what you want. You want that movement away. Frustrate the man on strike. Because you know what he wants to do. He wants to get off strike, wants to get Coles on and facing.
Plays that one late into the ground. Just the single from that one. 229 for 9. Especially with Potts as well. He's probably the quickest bowler Durham have in the lineup. Definitely one of the most skillful as well. So if anyone is going to be able to extract stuff from this Kookaburra ball, it probably is going to be him. And with that extra pace compared to someone like Ben Rain, just able to push it across and really try and hurry Sandhu as much as he can. Let's see what Deleda has in store for Coles here. And again, Lee's going with that split field. You can see the 4 boundary riders on your screen.
Whipped away through the leg side. Boundary men are going to be able to cut it off. They're going to look to try and come back for 2. And Coles is quick enough. Good running and a good shot selection there as well. Early on in the morning, just skip that one across his pads. And another handy 2 for Coles means that they're now 19 runs away, Sussex, from that extra batting point. At 3-3-1 for 9. Deleda jogs in. Gets up on this one. Doesn't quite get the timing maybe that Coles would have liked, but still managed to punch it through the offside for 1. And now comes the heavy field alteration. Be interested to see if Deleda continues over the wicket here to Sandhu, as Potts did with his last couple of deliveries from the Lumley end, or whether he's going to come back round. He will stay over to Sandhu. 2 slips still in play. And that one's right on middle and almost middle and leg there. Sort of where it pitched, but Sandhu was in behind it.
Yeah, listening to Ryan Campbell's team talk this morning just before they went off into the warm-up, Durham, and he really hammered the point home of Sandhu's not going to give his wicket away, and Sussex aren't going to just roll over for Durham. And while it's natural to think about batting when 9 down, need to make sure that you don't lose sight of the task at hand, which is still making sure you pick up that final wicket as soon as possible.
Yeah, exactly. You've still got it all to do as the team with the ball in hand, and you know Sussex will be happy to stay out there for as long as Durham give them. They've got to make the chances happen, and it was obviously a story of rude and missed chances yesterday with Coles, the man that's standing at the non-strikers end right now. So you don't want that story to continue with Sandhu. Oh, feathered and got him. Aussie, no, just not carried. Heard the noise, and Sandhu looks up and walks away, knowing that he is probably very, very lucky, but that is exactly what Durham are looking for.
The plan seems to have worked as Deleda sends the field out for this last ball. Yeah, just as we said, just pushing that one across, and Sandu edges it, but fortunately for him, doesn't edge it well enough to carry, just drops short of Ackerman at second slip.
And then immediately goes back on the defensive. Very, very fortunate there, Sandu. That ball did not carry, but early signs already that Durham's game plan is starting to show some kind of promise. Just the 3 off of it, 332 for 9.
Yeah, Sandu doing his bit, 2 off 32 for him. James Cole's 126 from 200. Should have been gone on 35. He offered a pretty regulation chance down the leg side for Ollie Robinson, but he wasn't able to cling on. Potts in again. That's pulled. That's a lovely shot. That is a glorious shot from James Coles. Back of a length from Potts. Didn't really hurry Coles in terms of getting under the grill. He was able to just lean back onto the back foot and pull it all the way over Will Rhodes' head at long leg. And that's the first 6 of the day.
That's a glorious shot there from James Coles. Like you say, just leaning back. We obviously talked about in the previous couple of overs about the natural extra pace that Matthew Potts has, but sometimes that provides the batters with a window of opportunity. Just lean back, don't overhit it, and let it sail.
And that one's even better. Pulls in front of square this time. 10 off the first 2 balls. That will not appease Matthew Potts, and Sussex very quickly moved to 342 for 9, just 8 away from their third bonus point.
Well, funnily enough, we spoke, I think, just before we went on air about what kind of mentality that James Coles is going to have, whether he's going to be patient and try and bat things out, or whether they're going to kind of just go for it. And Coles now electing to switch gears in these first 2 deliveries.
Opens up the leg side. Potts follows him. He'll jog through for 1.
Quick update for you in another game in Division 1. Innings break at Chelmsford. Essex all out for 296 after they won the toss and chose to bat on day 1.
Yeah, I think Charlie Allison going back-to-back tons for Essex, helping them to a score that is probably a little bit below what they would have wanted.
Yeah.
They would have been looking, I mean, to be bowled out for 296, you would have hoped they could have got to 300 just to get that extra point. But I think Hampshire, I think they've got Tilak Varma on debut. Indian overseas, they're gonna hope to try and bat once and bat big themselves. But Essex have got Simon Harmer and Sam Cook in their lineup. Potts almost getting the edge again off Sandu, staying over the wicket. The sun breaks through nicely, bathes chest to the street. Stark contrast to what we had about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, where felt like we were engulfed by rain and was anticipating to be drenched in off the field. Thankfully, it missed us. We were able to get pretty much a full day's play in on time. End of the over. Those 2 powerful shots from James Coles at the start of it. And what will be particularly frustrating for Durham is that when Sandu's on strike, they are sending those couple fielders back out to almost gift him a single.
Yeah.
But he knows what's up as well. He's just declining it and making sure Coles is on strike at the start of the next over. So what's that been? 5 overs so far. So 3 for Potts. Delader's going to start his third here. I wonder how much longer if the resistance persists before Alex Lees goes to Ben Rain.
Well, they're going to stick with Baz DeLader for now from the Finkel end. Cole's on strike, 137 unbeaten. That's a good delivery from DeLader there, just trying to dart in towards the top of off stump. But yeah, you've only got to give them so much of a leash, so much rein, so to speak, before you bring the namesake bowler into play. DeLader's going to start directing some traffic. Wants to bring the men and the sweepers around, sort of a further backward point.
Yeah, he's pushed Emilio Gay behind square.
Goes big, goes high. Lee's coming around onto it, underneath it. Takes the catch, but pulls it back as he bars himself over the rope.
That's phenomenal work from the skipper. Wouldn't have been able to take the catch cleanly. He would have carried it over the rope for 6, and the angle he's running, he's having to run back then around in order to take it. So Cole's looking to take some risks. And Graham Clark was trying to get there for the relay catch, but just the angle Lee's had, he's diving.
He's diving forward.
He's diving forward and then going over, so he's got the presence of mind. He wasn't able to the angle's just too difficult to flick it up to Clark, but he's able to save a maximum.
Yeah, good cricket IQ from the skipper there as DeLader fires one down. A little bit leg side there towards Sandhu. Happy to just guide it towards the vacant gully region behind him. But yeah, good early signs, even with Coles being a little bit more liberal with his shot selection. Feels like the chance is coming as DeLader guides it to Lees at mid-on. And no run there. So 2 more deliveries here that DeLader's going to have in this over to Sandhu. And it looks like they're going to change angles again here. DeLader's going to come back around the wicket. See if that's going to make any joy. Not quite timed. Wanted to go for the extravagant drive, but didn't get as much of that at all as he was hoping for. So they've tried initially going in towards Sandhu in the first over or 2. Now they've pushed it away. Now they're going to try and see if they can cramp him back up again, potentially. As the 2 men in the offside go back towards the boundary. Fuller ball. And it's going to be an obliged single there from Gurinder Sandhu. So this time, Potts might have an opportunity to face him again from the Lumley end. End of the over, just 2 from it. 345 for 9.
Don't think it will be Potts. Seen Nelly Robinson waving towards the dressing room for a helmet. Luke Robinson, I think it is on 12th man duty, sprinting out. It's going to be George Giselle, who bowled very nicely yesterday. Was a tad expensive to start, but really found a nice line and length and what Alex Lees, he provided what Lees needed from him in terms of tying down an end feels a bit negative because he was quite aggressive in how he was bowling. Picked up a wicket, 1 for 48, but 24 overs and 7 maidens really just controlled the run rate from that Lumley end and able to just give Lees that little bit of extra flexibility from the Finkel end. He's going to have Sandhu in his sights to start with. Here, just Ackerman in at slip and very much a ring field. Only man on the boundary is Connors out on the sweep. Giselle around the wicket. Tickled very fine. That might run for 4. It's a long chase for Connors and Ackerman, and the ball will eventually help them out, but they'll come back for 3. So the plan doesn't really work. They only get 1 ball at Sandy before he manages to nurdle it off strike.
Yeah, done well there. did Sandu, and it'll be the bugbear of one Mr. Ryan Campbell as well, down towards third man. No coverage out there and had to rely on the sweeper to come and cut it off and make sure that it wasn't the one extra run.
Look for 2. Amelia Gay covers the grass well, though. This partnership just now starting to frustrate the hosts. Coming up to just about 40. The runs that these two have put on.
Yeah, just one more run away from that third batting bonus point as well, which you would have ideally had them in the dressing room by now. That would have been best case scenario. Worst case would have been getting Coles out before he reaches his 150 and Sussex start looking at 400 as a potential target.
That is the 350 for Sussex. First goal for them today. It's been ticked off. Comes in 387 minutes or 102 overs and 5 deliveries. 400 is probably just out of reach unless James Coles wants to go absolutely crazy. That will obviously give Durham more opportunities, but most importantly for Sussex, they've got through the opening 28 minutes of play unscathed. And just applying a tad more scoreboard pressure, and Coles will keep strike for the next over.
Yeah, dragged that one down slightly there, did Drizel's, looking for maybe a little bit more pace through, but Cole's able to find the gap through the leg side and keep the strike into this Finkel, and it looks like Delader is going to continue on here into his, fourth over of work to start off this morning.
Yeah, potentially this over, maybe one more, but I don't think Alex Lees can really give. You can't really wait too much longer before Ben Rain's introduced. Grace Thompson and Phoebe Turner, 2 members of the Durham women's side. They're both playing for England Day against New Zealand Day at Derby today. That's England Day debuts for them both. Keep an eye on their progress throughout the day as well.
Delader tries to dart one in towards Coles, but wiser to it. Push through to the leg side for one, and hopefully now for Delader and Durham's perspective and point of view, try and get a decent crack here at Gurinder Sandhu. Delader tried to come back round the wicket for the last 2 deliveries of his last over. It looks like he's going to return back over the wicket here.
I think that's the right call. Both him and Potts have been able to induce more play and misses out of Sandhu when they've been over rather than round.
Oof, ducks out the way. Lowers the bat in time as well.
Yeah, it didn't really get up, that one. He was expecting the short ball. And yeah, just it looked up pretty unnatural in the end.
Yeah.
He was just he was really expecting the chin music, and it just never the ball never got there.
Again, slightly expecting to rise up on him, make sure that he gets over tall. But yeah, it's quite interesting seeing those last 2 deliveries. The ball's just kind of not picking up as well as it has done from the Lumley end, carrying sort of towards us where we are in the commentary position. From the Finkel end, just seems to hit the pitch and just sort of stay lower. That one does get a bit higher though. And Sandhu almost gloves it down there. credit has to go to Sandu as well. He's navigated this opening half an hour well. As we've said before, he's obviously been privy to the idea that, well, you're going to be the target man for Durham's bowling attack. Fuller ball, and just through the legs of the man covering at mid-on. Not going to come back for 2. And Lees, with a slight misfield, will allow Coles the opportunity to potentially just bump and run here.
Yeah, I like this from Lees. He's decided to keep... He's dropped one slip, but he's pretty much saying, because if you want to go for a boundary, you can do.
Coles hooks it round the leg side. There is coverage there.
It's the one delivery you couldn't really bowl, though. Couldn't really bowl straight on the pads. Yes, there's the cover out there, but just allows Coles to rotate strike and keep it.
354 for 9. Sussex, opening half an hour's play done.
Yeah, 32 runs added this morning, and this will just be frustrating from Durham's perspective. You know, they know they're going to have to bat once and bat long to try and win this game, and they would have loved to have been out there right now just chipping away at that deficit, and yet they've still got to find a breakthrough. Credit to Coles and Sandu, though, not just rolling over for the hosts. Of course, Sandu on debut for Sussex, who have got a return of Jofra Archer ready to welcome the Durham batters.
Yeah, that's another aspect that I think that Durham are going to have to worry about and consider here, is having to face up against Jofra Archer.
Rocks off the back foot. Well stopped by Emilio Gay. Especially for him and Lees as the openers, it's just that horrible time. You think you come out 11 o'clock, you're hoping, all right, in the next 10 minutes I can go get my pads on and get into my batting mindset, but I'm just having to wait out there and wait and see. Will Rhodes as well will have to strap him on pretty quickly. He's going to come in at first drop rather than down the order as he has been so far.
Ooh.
Goes for the reverse sweep there. Sandu misses everything, and good glove work from Robinson to get the bails off, but Sandu did not leave the crease. Maybe, just maybe, wants to try and get some runs on the board. Then a more traditional shot out to Lees, and I think the time has come for the veteran, as Ryan Campbell called him yesterday, Ben Rain, to make an entrance for the first time on day 2.
He will indeed. Delators opening spell all over with, and Ben Rain getting himself the first opportunity with the ball today. Went 2 wickets for 49 runs in his 19 overs yesterday. 5 maidens in those, 1 wide. The wickets of both Tom Haynes bowled him for 4, and then getting the LBW of Ollie Robinson on 9. So he's kept the batters he's faced to a lower scoreline. Oh, and immediately Coles wafting at one way outside the line. Ben Rain, what was maybe initially be considered as a more of a loosener delivery, almost invites a feathered edge there from Coles. Went over just over 2.5 runs and over yesterday. Oh, and again, starts that one wide, but this time a bit of movement to carry in, but a confident leave from Coles. This really is the time now for Durham to try and strike. with rain brought into the attack. Again, movement in there, but Coles up and punches away.
So it looks like Durham there. You can just see from Potts just flicking up. It looks like they've got a decent shine on one side of the ball. Maybe that's just the sun, I don't know. But just trying to keep that as new as they can and see if you can get any sort of movement. Overheads may help out a little bit as well.
That one moved in very, very nicely there. Onto Coles. Fielded down well with it. They're definitely working as best they can to rough up one of those edges. One of those sides, I should say. Good traditional standing drive, but right to the man at cover.
Going to keep the field out here, and I'm not sure it's the right call. Yes, you consider, you risk going for a boundary, but you really need to try and maximise going at Sandu. This is anywhere in that sort of arc outside the off stump is just going to get pushed for one.
And they get the one. It's not quite the push for one that Rob was expecting. Mistimed drive through the mid-off region, but it does the job. Coles is going to retain the strike. And the maiden over is tarnished there from Ben Rain. Just the one run from it. 356 for 9. Surrey continuing on quite nicely at the moment in their first batting innings. 71 for none now after Worcestershire set them 209. It's their initial target to chase.
Still going to be Drizel from Lumley End. Northamptonshire have pulled off a pretty decent comeback against Middlesex, all out for 413. Obviously not ideal from where they were, but I'm happy to have that innings over with. So Northamptonshire just getting their innings underway, 2 without loss. Kent are now just in a little bit of bother against Lancs, 224 for 5 down at Blackpool. Coles uses the feet.
Shot.
In and out from James Coles, who moves on to 148. No protection out there in front of the Dapperbet stand, and he clearly doesn't fear any sort of spin from George Rizal early on day 2.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Traditional usage of the feet, exactly how you like to try and play up against the spin. Just wafts it over the head of mid-off, and a couple of bounces for 4.
It's going to go as a leg by, but absolutely no chance of an LBW there for the Bristolian.
Yeah, just drifting down leg side there, wasn't it? You could see even from the movement that Coles was making in and around the crease to even try and make any kind of connection with that.
Around the wicket now to Sandu. Again, we've mentioned it before, but this game has a completely different context if James Coles is strangled on either 35 or 95. The reverse sweep is back out, and George Rizal finally wraps up this Sussex innings. Just talking about how different it would look if James Coles had been taken. Well, it's Sandu has to go for 8. Rizal picks up his second, but Sussex have done well this morning to keep Durham at bay for the opening 40 minutes. finishing on 361 all out, and James Coles with a magnificent 148 from 219. The highlight of the Sussex batting card after they won the toss yesterday and elected to bat. Daniel Hughes with 60, Tom Haynes with 4, Tom Clark 30, Daniel Ibrahim 5, John Simpson 40, Finn Hudson-Prentice 5, Jack Carson 2, Ollie Robinson 9, Archer 31, and Sandhu 8. 2 for Rain, none for Potts, 2 for Connors, 4 for Basteleda, and 2 for Drizzell. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes as the ground staff get to work. We'll be back for Alex Lees and Emilio Gay to get the Durham response underway. That is the current overheads for the start of this Durham innings. Players out on the edge of the boundary. Sussex in their team huddle, and just some dark clouds rolling overhead for the start of this innings. As we mentioned, no Ben McKinney due to that blow on the head. So Amelia Gay is going to jump up to open with Alex Lees. Has done it plenty of times before for Northamptonshire. Done it, I think, down at Hampshire so far this year as well. Sussex led out by skipper John Simpson, and Ben, I don't think it's going to be too long before a lot of people tuning in to what's going on in this game are going to see what they want, which is a certain Jofra Archer with ball in hand.
Yes, it's been kind of one of the many subplots of this game, but definitely the one in bold letters, I think it's fair to say. Jofra Archer, last full England international test match back at February 24th, 2021 at Ahmedabad. Last first-class match before this back against Kent for Sussex, May 13th to 16th, 2021. So to say it's been a long time coming is certainly an understatement of this calendar year. It's going to be Ollie Robinson.
The wait goes on.
Yes, it's going to be Ollie Robinson who is going to begin the bowling.
Yeah, just been reliably informed by our man on the roof that just some rain is starting to come down. So this is not going to be easy for Alex Lees and Amelia Gay, but heard from Ryan Campbell yesterday the absolute worst thing you can have for a kookaburra ball is for it to rain. Ball gets softer and therefore a lot easier to bat against. Robinson's going to start over the wicket here to the Durham skipper.
And a lowie and an immediate leave to Simpson and the three-man slip cordon out there.
And trying to work out who's who. I think just caught Tom Clark's at second slip. I'd imagine Tom Haynes is in there. Maybe at third. Trying to work out who's got the floppy at first slip.
Jofra already having a little cursory glance down at the at the footholes from the Finkel end as Robinson bowls to the leg side and tapped away. First run of the Durham first innings.
Yeah, the John Simpson's knocked the stumps over trying to take that one. Yeah, the left-handed love affair at the top of the order continues. Obviously, Sussex very tightly packed with left-handers. Haynes, Hughes, and Clark. I think Clark actually might be right-handed, but Haynes and Hughes definitely lefties. Durham are going to have their top three of left-handers. Interesting here. Rumson's he was over the wicket to Lees. He's going to come around to Amelia Gay. Yeah, Lees, Gay, and probably Will Rhodes is going to come out at number 3, or 3 left-handers for Durham.
Gets a little movement away as well.
Speaking of left-handers, Ben Rain has ditched his white for some training gear. He's going to head round for a net. Get himself ready for when he's required later on in the innings. He'll be hoping he's not required for the rest of today to have a bat. It would have gone spectacularly wrong for Durham if he's having to bat today.
Good delivery. Very nice there. Darted in. Might also just be having a cursory glance over and thinking, okay, I've got a former full test player as well, and Ollie Robinson currently bowling. All eyes on Jofra Archer and his return to bowling. Top order, please do your job for as long as possible, because that is a very, very scary thought. Gay defends well in front of Ollie Robinson. Now the wind starts to bluster up a little bit around Chestler Street as well. It hasn't quite subsided so far throughout the early portions of this morning. The wind blowing from left to right as you're seeing it currently here from the Finkel end. And again, movement in, but a little higher and quicker for Gate to be able to defend. Just the one run from it. One for none.
The wait is going to continue even longer. Jofra Archer is not going to take the new ball from the Lumley end. I believe that's going to be Gurinder Sandhu on debut for Sussex. He's going to be entrusted with that responsibility.
I think even they know at this point now, Sussex, they know what they're doing.
To be honest, I don't think it's the worst thing potentially. Just allow, Joffrey's obviously going to be full of energy, going to be exuberant as he always is. That's his natural character. He's already called for the overshirt. He obviously is not. He's not feeling the warmth up in the northeast, but I think it's maybe not the worst thing from Simpson. Just allowing him to assess the conditions and just take a little bit of stock, a little breathing room, and just allow everyone else to get through their work. But Gurinder Sandhu over the wicket, immediately on the money to Alex Lees. Finally get a look at that slip cord in. James Coles, after that magnificent 148. So that first slip, going to have Tom Clark at second. It is Haynes at third. Jofra Archer down at long leg. Got a man just to the right of square leg. Umpire, backward point. Mid off, mid on, and cover. Lees pushes that out to the cover boundary. It'll be a couple for the skipper.
Nicely timed there from Lees as well, just waiting that little fraction of a second and extending the bat out quite nicely towards the offside. Lees, the second highest scoring Durham batter at the start of the contest here. 483 runs he carried in before picking up the bat here this morning, so 486 now.
Still Graham Clark in the lead, I'm guessing.
It is indeed, with 501 for him across his 7 matches and 9 innings that he has batted.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Started the season in the team because of David Beddingham not quite being done with Western Province out in South Africa. Then has been kind of in, out, and then scored a brilliant 160 down at Hampshire, new career best. It's kind of meant that he's made himself undroppable from the side, and one of the bails falls off. The wind proving too much for everyone and everything up in the northeast. Yeah, Clark after that 160 has basically made himself undroppable for the foreseeable. That lower middle order, and Lees again uses that point region, a little bit squarer this time, but the result is still the same. Tracked down by Finn Hudson-Prentice for a couple.
Tell you what, it's almost like a David Warner type shot that there, just being able to find that gap in towards the direct kind of square or an offside region, letting 2 fielders chase it.
Yeah, early change of angle as well for Sandhu, who's going to come around for the last 2, maybe not getting that movement that he wanted. Trying to push it across Lees, maybe just seeing those pair of 2s that the skipper's taken and just wants to maybe try and tighten them up a little bit, bring those stumps and LBW into play. Ooh. Change almost works immediately. Big shot attempt from Lees, and the ball cannons back in between bat pad and just misses the top of his off stump.
Yeah, that is a very, very good first sighter from Gurinder Sandhu there, coming around the wicket. It's exactly what you want. Batsman, after playing a couple of nicely timed shots, wanting to try and go for it again, pounce on the change of angle and just let it clip the bails.
Lees plays inside the line of that one, out to the man at square leg, and it's 5 without loss. Got the Durham 2's in action as well. They're down at Polo Farm in Kent. Those two going up against each other. The match centre is available on Durham's social media. Scott Borthwick captaining the 2's down there. Callum Parkinson involved as well. I think Dan Hogg stepping up his recovery from his injury setback. Ryan Campbell calling him basically match fit yesterday.
Robinson's going to continue from the Finkel end and immediately is bang on against Emilio Gay. Just checked in and seen that Surrey have lost their first wicket of their first innings. Ryan Patel caught by Jacob Duffy and bowled by Ben Allison for 61, which brings captain Rory Burns to the crease now, partnering Dom Sibley. Wow. Again,
that's a peach.
Very, very good and very, very strong opening at the moment from Robinson
and
Sandhu.
That's interesting that Burns isn't opening. I can't remember the last time he didn't open in first-class cricket.
Yeah.
Wonder what the thinking is there. Ryan Patel, I mean, it's not a bad thing potentially to stack your top order with openers. But yeah, I wonder when the last time Rory Burns didn't open in first-class cricket. That's an interesting one.
Good leave from Gay.
Getting a bit of deja vu here, Ben. With all the clouds away to our left-hand side. It looks beautiful to the north. Absolutely beautiful to the north of the ground, over the top of the trees, and as we look at it from the commentary box. But yeah, there's a very menacing
I'll
group of dark clouds away to our left.
Yeah, it is indeed. As Robinson comes in again, 3 slips. And a good defence from Gay, pushed out to the offside. Yeah, I'll say it touching whatever material that this desk is made out of, but from my glance at the weather yesterday afternoon, certainly, sort of close of play time on day one and even on the journey up this morning, didn't seem like that we were going to be bothered too much by any rain, which is surprising considering the washout in Blackpool. Straight drive, lovely timing. Don't quite get all of it here, does Gay. And a little bit of hesitation, but they'll find their way back home safely. It's not a bad way to get off the mark.
Yeah, I thought he'd got all of that to start with, but just maybe off the lower end of the bat from Emilio. Apparently, yeah, Rory Burns is also wicket-keeping.
He is.
Sorry, in this game. They've got Sam Curran as well. Will Jacks is playing. So, yeah. Peculiar to leave Ben Folkes out of that one. Wonder if he's got a little niggle or something and just failed a late fitness test yesterday.
Last ball of the over from Robinson. Oh, lovely delivery. Just beats past Emilio Gay's bat after
you do well to hit those, let alone miss them and turn Gay all ends up.
So just that 2 runs off it down the ground from Gay and his drive, 7 for none.
Yeah, just looking at that Worcestershire playing 11. Henry Nichols is in there as well. Jacob Duffy is overseas. Some good talent on display there down at Worcestershire. Lovely ground. Still need to get there before they inevitably have to move away due to the constant flooding they have down at New Road. Lovely place to watch cricket. Sandhu around the wicket.
Couple of early wickets have fallen in Chelmsford as well. Hampshire just now moved up to 36 for 2. Orr and Gubbins both caught. Gubbins caught for a golden duck as well.
Sam Cook doing things with Kookaburra ball by any chance?
He's got both of them.
Teapots out from Sandhu. Or hands on the head, sorry. Squirts away off the inside edge from Leeds for 1.
Yeah, that is very fortunate, I think it's fair to say, the least, from Lees. Great delivery. Lees just, whether it was just shot selection or getting his feet wrong, just managed to, like you say, squirt that away off the bottom edge of the bat. And managed just to quite happily scurry to the non-striker's end.
Peach. Absolute peach from Sandu coming back over to Emilio Gay. Ash spoke a lot yesterday about the lack of movement that Kookaburra offers, but still, as it's relatively new, there is still something there. You just have to make the most of it in those opening 10 or so overs before it really starts just becoming very batter friendly. And Sandu and Robinson both doing their level best.
Yeah, this is dangerous, and it's worrying at the moment. Durham batters doing well to navigate it so far, but as you say, if this is what this is doing just in these early overs with Robinson and Sandu bowling, what on earth could Jofra Archer maybe conjure up out of this ball as well?
Yep, that extra pace he offers as well. There's no substitute for it. Finn Hudson-Prentice as well as the other seam option in this Sussex lineup. It's nicely tucked away off the hip. Just a tad straight from Sandu, and okay, just turns it away. Jack Carson with some spin as well. Maybe James Coles potentially if John Simpson needs to call upon him, as we see just off screen Hudson-Prentice going through some warm-ups. Maybe just trying to keep a little bit warm. Don't think any of the Sussex fielders are... Oh, no, Ollie Robinson's in short sleeves, and so is Sandu. Oh, beauty again from the debutant. Gets Lees playing and missing outside the off-stump. Couple singles. 9 without loss. Yes, Sandu and Robinson are in short sleeves because they're bowling. They get the heat. They get nice and warm from running in. Everyone else is in long sleeves and overshirts.
Yeah, been quite a stark change in contrast to the weather that we've been experiencing over the course of the weekend.
It's almost. I mean, this is going to sound very British, but it's also almost too warm.
Robinson bowls into Gay, who defends down. Yeah, it's been a bit more sort of traditional conditions that a lot of the, especially UK and British nationals, will be a little bit more used to. Still a little bit of warmth around. I think 18 was the initial advertised temperature. 17 degrees according to my trusty weather app, and it's going to push up 1 more degree apparently, but still no rain around. 70% chance of it tomorrow though.
So fingers crossed it stays away, because Durham will be looking to set this game up quite nicely, and they'll take heart from the fact that they're able to do so against Nottinghamshire just before the T20 blast kicked off on a similar good batting pitch. Able to force result late on day 4. Bryden Carson's only appearance of the season for Durham, able to hit the winning runs after Colin Ackerman and Alex Lees. Run off to a good start. Obviously that was with the Duke's ball. There was still a little bit more on offer there, but you know, definitely if you're of the Durham persuasion, and Ryan Campbell in particular, This is very much bat once, bat long territory, and force Sussex to bat for a draw on that final day. Obviously, if that weather does start to come into things, then they'll have to get an even quicker run rate in, but still plenty of time in this game. Just got to make sure that you don't allow Sussex to sniff. You're already given them, there'll already be a little bit of extra encouragement how they were able to add, what was it, just over 100 for those last 2 wickets. Really just got to focus on getting off to a good start.
In the midst of all of that, Ollie Robinson had a couple of deliveries at gate from over the wicket. He's come back around for that last delivery there, and I think he might completely over around the wicket again as Hughes, and I think that's Jofra, both in conversation with each other. So Ollie Robinson takes his mark. Chance for the first maiden of the Sussex bowling innings. And he's going to get it as well. Forward defensive from Gate. Playing patient, as Rob said. Bat once, bat long. And you've got to be at the crease to do so. Maiden over for Ollie Robinson. Durham 9 for none.
Yeah, particularly out of this opening partnership, Lees is probably the one who's most likely to score at a quicker rate than Media Gay. I mean, Gay can do so at later stages, but he very much likes to feel bat on ball, and he's not afraid of taking his time to get going. There's been a very tight start from these opening 2, not allowing any freebies to the opening pair. Still waiting for the first boundary of the innings as Graham Clark and Ben Rain have finished their net. Walking down just in front of us and at the top of your screens. Slightly got up on Lees in that one, able to comfortably turn it away though to mid-wicket, but Sandhu, he's quite a tall bowler, so able to really charge down, get that extra carry and bounce out of the pitch.
Yeah, he's got a big frame, long levers on him. Look, be able to try and, as we say, cramp up Lees here. He's coming around the wicket as well.
Yeah, it's been around the block as Sandhu, particularly in Australia. First stint overseas, as far as I can see. Plays for New South Wales. Has been at Delhi Daredevils, my mistake. Played a little bit of Big Bash as well for Sydney Sixers. Played a couple ODIs for Australia. First stint in the County Championship. Sussex had some very good overseas in recent memory. Nathan McAndrew comes to mind. Jaden Seals last year was really a phenomenal signing. Not envy of the Div 2 batters that had to face Jaden Seals last year.
No, not at all. Speaking of Division 2, quickly, innings break at Leicester. Glamorgan all out for 353.
I saw at the start that John Simpson would have wanted his captain. Just, he knows how quickly Durham can score, and they want to score. And he knows that if he can't take wickets, if these two aren't going to offer any real chances up, then need to just make sure that his bowlers are disciplined with line and lengths and don't allow them to kick into second gear. Shout for OBW, but pretty convinced Lee's got an inside edge on that. Back-to-back maidens for Sussex, 9 without loss.
Yeah, it's interesting you say about the ability to sort of score quite freely for Durham. It was a hallmark of that Division 2 promotion campaign, really. And then into start of Division 1, sort of found their feet, had to find their feet a little bit. But enough about that, because, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that you've all been waiting for has arrived. It looks like Jofra Archer, for the first time in 4 years, is about to be handed the red ball and is going to bowl here from the Finkel end for Sussex. This is going to be a very, very interesting battle. So 3 overs for Ollie Robinson, 1 for 3, or none for 3 to start off with. And now Archer is going to just adjust his starting guidance position. And will now bowl to 3 slips against Gay. And he's got a wicket already, has he? Big appeal. Gay stands tall and the umpire is unmoved. Gee, that would have been some start and some return for Jofra Archer if it gone.
Maybe just clipped the shirt on the way through. Was your prime definition of a loosener down the leg sides, and Gay trying to tuck that one down to Sandhu at long leg, but umpire was not interested at all.
Archer, with a smile, looks up to the sky, charges in. Again, down the leg side, and again, Gay trying to offer at it, just trying to clip it away off of his hip. But what a sight that this is going to be. And now what? In the 7th over now, so we're still within that kind of 10 over range, Rob, that you were speaking about before the Kookaburra starts to get that little bit softer. Ooh, a big shout, particularly from second slip, as well as the man at mid on there as well in Hughes. But nobody really else was convinced and
turned him into an S.
Very tight field around the infield at the moment. Jofra comes into bowl. First sign of bat for Gay against an Archer delivery. What do you do here if you are Emilio Gay, and even if you're Alex Lees, standing at the non-striker's end watching this all unfold? How on earth do you try and kind of steady yourself and nerve yourself? Another good tight delivery there, and just squirts away from Gay there. Was trying to guide it to the leg side, but ended up going towards the square on the off.
Yeah, just then signal to Alex Lees that it was the one that shapes away from left-hander. I think it's important that these two find a way to score against him. You can't allow Ryan Campbell does not want to allow bowlers to dictate terms. He wants the batters to be on the front foot wherever they can do. Obviously, if they're bowling really well, then obviously there has to be respect shown and not give your wicket away. But you have to find ways to be able to score as Archer returns with a maiden. And those dark clouds have thankfully dissipated. And we've got some nice clear blue sky at the Banks Homes Riverside. But yeah, there was last year when they were talking about playing Essex, I think, down at Chelmsford, the high scoring draw. Ollie Robinson, I think, had a marvellous 198. Is about, particularly talking about Simon Harmer and how we're going to find ways to score against him, and they decided on just not allowing him to settle.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that I think you're going to see very quickly with Jofra Archer. Obviously, good over first up as a maiden, but can't allow him to really settle and start dictating the terms. I think you might see maybe an increase in pace of scoring against Sandu if they're able to do so. Just it's important that for Durham to try and get some scoring going. You know, that's 3 maidens in a row now for Sussex, who've had a very good start to the session with the ball. Haynes is going to move round to sort of a leg gully there, maybe a bit straighter coming from Sandu. Yeah, it's just important that they can find some ways to score, even if it is slightly unconventional. Just got to find, if you can, a release shot, a release area that you can just, even if it's just rotating the strike between the two, and just get that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, it's well put. To be well put, actually, it's like anything, making sure that the occasion doesn't get the best of you in any sort of given situation, and when you're facing up against former England Test player. That's a nice shot there from Lees. Again, that sort of rising up punch.
Good call as well. Good call for 2. Immediately tapped and went, and good from Gay at the other end as well to trust his captain and partner. Hey, so that was also something that I sort of picked up on in that title-winning season of 23, just the ability to just take ones where you didn't think ones were there. Just, you know, in a moment you might think, yes, only one, but it all adds up. And it's something that, again, Campbell has talked about in terms of if the bowler bowls their best ball and it goes for 1, that's a win for the batter.
Yeah.
You know, a bowler hates when they can bowl their best ball and it's just nurdled for 1 or everything. So if you can turn that into a positive for the batter, it just plays on that bowler's mind, and just have to see what happens. I wonder if they could maybe move Carson. He's at backward point. We've seen Lees kind of push out there. Maybe move him to in front of square. As Lees looks like he's going to have the first boundary of the innings for Durham, and he will do. Sandu really trying to go full in straight, and it's just a jab into the ground from Lees. Not really an overly attacking shot from the Yorkshireman, but able to see that run away down to the mid-on boundary for 4.
Yeah, very well played there in the end from Lees. And like you say, it didn't look like a deliberate scoring shot attempt. Almost looked like he was just trying to dig it out of the ground as it came towards him. But
good response from Sandu. And this is also now, let me say, the overheads really promote batting conditions now. Something that won't be lost on the 2 out there.
be a good battle. That's for sure. As well as coming out to final ball of this Sandu over. Still got 2 slips in here to face Lees. As well as a man sort of leg slip.
Good comeback after being hit for 4. 6 off the over, 15 for none. Lees on 12 and Emilio Gay on 3.
So we've played 8 overs so far in this opening Durham first innings, and we've had 3 maidens. In comparison, there were also 3 maiden overs for the Durham bowling attack against Sussex yesterday on day 1, but the difference is that they were dotted around those first 8 overs. A maiden in the first, then in the 5th, and then in the 7th. Whereas here, when you start chaining those maidens together consecutively, 5th, 6th, 7th, that's when it starts to get a little bit more pressure on the batters to be a little bit more urgent in starting to tick that rate over.
Yeah, Ben Rayner decided that he wasn't going to allow Sussex to get away. I think after his first stint, he had something like, he had figures of 8 overs, 5 maidens.
Yeah.
It's just, it's just Mr. Reliable for Durham. But that also, I get your point there, but also that just gives Potts, who is bowling in tandem with that confidence, to go a bit more aggressive and trying to use the extra pace he has in comparison to Rain in order to try and get that, trying to search for that breakthrough, because he knows that Ben Rain isn't going to go for much at the other end. So it's good partnership bowling as much as anything.
As Emilio Gay will continue to have the job of trying to navigate some kind of scoring shots against Jofra Archer. First 8 deliveries in his return to the red ball game. No runs conceded just yet. Ollie Robinson there having a little bit of a conversation alongside, I think that's Hughes again. That's just strolling back to mid-on. Short ball from Jofra Archer, and we've become accustomed to see that the danger of the damage that a Jofra Archer short ball can do.
Yeah, Lord's 2019.
I will say no more on that.
Yeah, I think, like you say, Emilio probably does want to try to find a shot somewhere. Jofra has sort of been more on the hips to him so far, not really pushed many across. There was one in his first over that just moved away, but might see if Emilio can just try tickle one down to long leg and see if he can get a bit of movement.
Archer's still very, very tight on his lines here, attacking sort of middle and off.
Yeah, but it's something as well that I've mentioned, that Emilio's a very confident person. He won't be too annoyed at the fact he's only on 3 from what is now 29 balls. He knows what his job is, and he doesn't really feel that sort of pressure. He won't be too concerned with, I really need to get a score away. He knows that he needs to be there for a long time, and he's just playing within himself. He's not looking to be overly, out of his shell or really trying to do something that just isn't in his repertoire. He's just being himself, and he's respecting the good bowling that's being bowled by Sussex. Just seen Jack Carson going through some looseners at cover, so it could be that maybe Gay is waiting for that change, if it's Finn Hudson-Prentice that comes on or Carson. He knows his own game, and he's got the backing of everyone in that dressing room, in particularly, to do what he needs to do.
Little short at there from Archer, just slightly back of a length. 2 overs, 12 deliveries, and no runs conceded. A pretty decent return so far from Jofra Archer. Durham still playing the patient game at the moment, 15 for none.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how many Archer goes through in this spell in terms of overs. How many does John Simpson give him? Because it looks like Carson's going to be brought in at the Lumley end. So that's 2 for him. You would imagine, after what he's been used to in the IPL of bowling 4 over stints, you would imagine probably 4, maybe 5, an absolute push. But, Simpson will be aware that he does have to look after him. Obviously, ECB will have very keen eyes on how he pulls up throughout this game. Luke Wright's not exactly kept it secret that if he pulls up fine from this game, he probably will be parachuted straight into at least the test squad for that second game against India down at Lord's. But here's going to be Carson now. Going to try and apply a little bit of field pressure to Alex Lee. He's got a slip and a leg slip. I think it's Ibrahim who's just round the corner for the Durham captain. Simpson just making sure Jofra Archer's in the right place out there. But the first look at spin, Carson around the wicket. And immediately he's met with an attacking stroke from Alex Lees, his second boundary of the innings. I think that might be an indication, Ben, of how Durham are going to go about playing Jack Carson.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. From a batting perspective, you'll have to see that initial attacking intent from the first ball. Don't need to worry about taking an over or two to see exactly what he's working with, any of his variations. Just go straight on, down the ground, 1 bounce of 4. Thank you very much.
Oh, carbon copy. Except that one he's got all of for 6.
Unbelievable.
Carson under pressure straight away. He tried to go a little bit fuller there with the flight, trying to get it dipping up over the eyes of Lees and then back down under it, but cricket's a tough game. It's a cruel mistress as well, and Alex Lees obviously full of confidence after that first ball when he was on about 9 from 16, 9 from 18 a little while ago. He's now moved to 22 from just 25.
Yeah, as you say, good intent, and even there with him trying to sort of get it back further up a bit. Just allows him to stand and deliver as opposed to wandering down the crease, and if there's any situations where he's just mistimed when that ball's going to drop, an opportunity for Simpson to whip the bails off.
Good comeback from Carson. That one just rolling away off the inside of the bat. Well, it has immediately done, Ben, as Simpson's been forced to drop the man straight back to long on, so there is an easy punch for a single there. Lees is offered some width, made sure his back foot was in the crease, and good work from Simpson. As you say, it's a good recovery from Carson as well after being bopped for 10 in his first 2. Rocked off the back foot, but doesn't beat Hudson Prentice at backward point. So, an interesting start for Carson. Hit for 2 boundaries to start, but managed to rein it back in afterwards. 25 without loss.
Yeah, very good work from Carson there to just keep his cool, trust in his mechanics as well. One of the more expensive bowlers generally, if you're looking at the economy rates throughout this 2025 championship season. Carson running about just tick over 4 runs and over at the moment. Most expensive being Jaden Seals at 6.6 economy rate so far this season. But clearly has the stuff to get the job done. 14 wickets for him as Archer, change of angles for his 3rd over, is going to come around the wicket this time to Emilio Gay. Both kept each other quiet so far. And first runs, and it's a delicious shot from Emilio Gay off the back foot, punching drive through the offside. And the first runs for Gay off Archer, and the first runs Archer has conceded.
It wasn't an overly bad ball from Archer either. That's just really good shot from Gay, just opening the face, punching it through that point region. Just raced away off the bat as well.
And that is the one thing that you'll get when you get a bowler with that little bit of extra pace like Archer. The ball will just fly. You don't have to hit it too hard. Just guide the ball to where you want to go. There's another good delivery, but this time Gay goes back within himself a little bit, back within that little comfort bubble. 7 of 33 deliveries. Lee's 22 off 29 at the non-striker's end at the moment. And setting themselves up quite nicely to do exactly what they need to. Bat once, bat long. Set a nice high total over the next day or 2 potentially. And try and get through Sussex in their 2nd innings. That one jagged in very, very sharply there from Archer. Big tuft of dust from the pitch as well.
Yeah, you can just see at both ends, the really dry wicket ends, and also where batters will have all marked their guard on the crease, has been very dry up in the northeast so far this season.
Clipped away, half a cry of catch, but it's going to race through the leg side to the boundary. A second 4 of the over for Gay. And that was exactly another instance of what I'm talking about. Just a gentle little whip shot across the pads. The pace that Archer's flying in at, that is going to race away to the boundary 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, just trying to go a bit straighter there and maybe try and get Gay in LBW territory, but just heard too much down the leg side, and it's bread and butter for a left-hander, that, and it has brought a couple changes in the field. Third slip into a catching mid-wicket, and that man at square leg back on the fence.
And again, straighter, and again, Gay goes into the leg side, immediately expecting the toe end of the bat after that as well, as he races to the non-striker's end. And Alex Lees is going to get his first look at Jofra Archer today. Only the one delivery he's going to have to worry about and face.
What's he taking? Middle?
Yeah, looks like he's taking his middle. Now checking just between middle and off, it looks like here. Last ball of an expensive over. And rises up and carries that one through. So 9 runs off of that over, including one fantastic shot from Gay and one a little bit more traditional from a left-hander. Durham 34 for none.
Yeah, maybe that's just something that gets Emilio going. You know, having played out those 2 consecutive maidens to Archer. Just getting that first look at him. I don't think Gay would have faced him in first-class cricket so far. I'm not sure if they came across each other when Gay was at Northamptonshire. So maybe just wanting to have just a look. Want to make sure that pitch is still playing true to its word after the opening day and a bit, and maybe just looking to apply some pressure back onto Archer. Whips that one straight to Coles in mid-wicket. Still going with the slip and leg slip. Haynes is at your orthodox slip, and Ibrahim under the lid round the corner.
Couple of early defences there, and especially that last shot there from Gay was quite far forward already. The ball had only sort of taken half flight, it looks like. So I'll just say, it looks like Gay is just trying to...
Don't mind this from Simpson either. Moving Ibrahim into that silly mid-on. Gay wanted that to be pelted over Ollie Robinson at deep mid-off, but it ends up squirting to the man at mid-on for a single, just evading Ibrahim, and there's also Coles at regulation mid-wicket. I like the attitude, using the feet. Both of these two haven't feared the spin so far from Carson. Thing as well, from a bit more of the mental games point of view, if you want mental gamesmanship. We spoke about how Giselle had really kind of made an end his own and settled into a nice line and length and rhythm. They're just not wanting Carson to do the same. Nice little bit of flight there, just wanting to maybe provide an extra question for Simpson. If he can't trust Carson to keep an end going, he has to keep coming back to his paces. Last ball of the 12th. Again, nicely flighted, but comfortable enough for the Durham captain to push for 1. 36 out lost, and I saw John Simpson just indicating out to Jofra Archer. I think he was signalling Archer's got 1 more in this spell. We'll see if that is it. He'll definitely be on for this one, but maybe just going to keep him to short, sharp bursts and managing him in his first game back. So ground staff away at the top of the ground, just making sure the Toblerones are secured properly.
A little bit of a check on the Kookaburra ball as well. It's 12 overs old now, so it is going to start to get to that sort of softer point. And maybe an opportunity for Lees and Gay to start teeing off a little bit, start scoring, but Lees is now going to have to go up against Archer for the first potentially consistent time, as the man from cover is going to come across here. That's Haynes. That's going to go to the square and the offside for the left-hander. Shot. Really, really nice. Don't think he's quite gotten all of it. There has Lees, but slightly on the leg side, and Lees has done well to sort of almost push drive that away. It's not the name of a shot, absolutely not, but it's not quite a drive, it's not quite that kind of cross the pads glance, it's a little bit more diagonal than that, and Lees will come back for 2.
Yeah, I found it interesting how Emilio Gay was looking for a third, and there was never really 3 on. Once it was going to be pulled up inside the rope, Robinson was more in control of it.
That's a bit better there from Archer. More on the onside. Just tick high off stump. But Lees at the moment travelling well, as is Gay. Partnership 38 unbeaten for this first wicket so far. Comparison, the first wicket partnership for Sussex was just 9 runs. As again, that one's more on the hip and on the leg side there from Archer. Lee's not willing to oblige.
I guess that's the only... I mean, obviously, the main thing is Archer's coming through this spell unscathed so far. He's not come off. You're going to have maybe just that... if you're looking at areas to improve, that is probably one of them. He has just a little bit too straight, a little bit too on the pads to 2 left-handers. You know, you're looking to more trying to push that one across, as we saw with Potts and Delada trying to do that this morning to Sandhu.
That's a bit better.
Yeah, that's more sort of what you're looking for to left-handers, particularly over the wicket. If you're coming around, then obviously, yeah, you do want to. That brings your LBW and your edge behind into play. But if you're going to be over the wicket, you can't really afford to keep straying onto the pads too many times, because eventually left-handers will get you.
And they already have as well.
Yeah,
Gay twice.
Yeah, they will try and push you away. So it's just something, maybe just some nerves, maybe just trying to locate that radar. Should probably get a bit more accurate as the day goes on.
There we go. That's 2 in a row now that have been better. Almost looked like there was a little bit off of that one as it looped up towards Lees' bat.
So as much as you're also looking to see if you can just get that little bit of extra carry off the pitch as well. See if there's that bit of an extra bounce. Maybe just catches the batters unaware, because so far in this opening 13 overs, it's been relatively smooth for this pair.
And there's the bouncer to end the over. Just the 2 runs off of it. But they won't mind that one bit. Every run is going to help to try and chase down this 361 that Sussex were able to clamber together across yesterday and the first half an hour of this morning's play. as grounds around the county are going to start looking towards the first break of play, with lunch due pretty soon. Hampshire at the moment 69 for 2 against Chelmsford, against Essex after they set 296 in their first innings.
Again, nicely flighted, but just a dab into the onside, and good running from Alex Lees immediately calling Gay through for a single. That's maybe something that Lees is just going to try and do to maybe help Emilio get going a little bit. Just try and turn those shots into ones. Lees rocks off his back foot there and he's going to walk the last half of the run down to the non-striker's end, as is the ease down there. Sandu out there at point. Got Ollie Robinson at sort of three-quarter length at mid-off, not fully back on the boundary. Again, really looped up there from Carson. He's trying to induce a shot out of Gay, and it's the same for the man at mid-on as well. They're three-quarters of the way back to the fence. Gay would manage to push that one nicely along the carpet to Dan Hughes. Cole's still in at mid-wicket, and Archer boundary riding it deep backwards square. See if he comes back for a fifth.
Looks like the man at mid-on's just pushed further back now, actually going sort of tight on the rope, being more of a long.
Yeah, especially after Lee's bopped Carson those first two balls. Just wants extra protection against the captain. 3 singles from the over. 41 without loss. Looks like maybe Ollie Robinson back into the attack. He is indeed.
Is Archer's first spell is done. 4 overs, none for 11. His initial stint, and Ollie Robinson is going to come back into the attack. Only 3 overs at the start of this morning, but was very, very strong with them. None for 3, his initial figures, so going an average of 1 run and over, but did have that maiden to close his third and what would be the final over of that first spell. So it is going to be an instance of Archer being carefully measured throughout the day, and indeed this entire 4-day match, if we manage to get all 4 days worth of play in, with the potential threat of any weather. But Robinson immediately with a shorter delivery, and thinking that Gay was trying to guide onto that, but only really Ollie Robinson had the half decision there, or half appeal of the umpires. Umpires this week, Peter Hartley and Tom Langley as well here today. Bit of width there towards Gay, but managed to shape back in. Two slips were in initially here to Gay, but it's just the conversation maybe of trying to drag the third one over maybe. Simpson there just having a conversation with a man at sort of short, fine leg. Rides up and drags that one down. Does Gay. Gets himself a 1 run and off strike.
Yeah, maybe slightly early through the shot there, maybe expecting a little bit more, but very, very low risk. Just pulled it straight down, which is kind of what Durham want as they look towards this final 10 minutes before the lunch break. You don't want to give Sussex any sniff of a wicket. Make sure that you're there to come back out after lunch and really try and get going in the afternoon session.
Nice delivery there from Robinson, forcing Lees to just sort of hop back a little further in his crease, pushing the bat out to defend. Daniel Hughes there. The ball shining in conversation with Ollie Robinson. Be feeling pretty good after his 60 with the bat. The whole of Sussex out there will just be hoping for this partnership to break before lunch. Lee's keeping out the advances that Robinson is trying to ask with these deliveries, starting them kind of on that 4th, 5th stump line and then jagging them in towards the top of off. At the moment, Lees has stayed behind them pretty well for these last couple of deliveries.
Slip just goes a bit wider.
Short ball and pulled. Again, not quite timed there from Lees like Gaze was earlier on in the over. But it is an extra run to the total. And it's 2 off of the over. 43 for none as Durham continue on. Lees on 27, Gay on 16. Let's have a quick look around the other county grounds before the lunch break, as it looks like there is also might be a change of bowling from the Lumley end here as well.
Yeah, it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice into the attack. So the experiment from Simpson to go to spin, not quite working.
Expensive 3 overs from Jack Carson, predominantly headlined by that first 2 balls of the first over, a 4 and then a 6 from Alex Lees. But looking around the ground, Somerset 435 for 5 in their first innings still at Birmingham. Surrey 142 for 1. Notts still piling on the runs, but the wickets are starting to run out. 438 for 8 against Yorkshire at the moment. We'll hop down to Division 2 in just a second.
Ooh. Inside edge straight away from Alex Lees. Hudson-Prentice runs down to Archer at long leg.
Yeah, fortunate there from Lees. Looked like a pretty decent delivery to start off with here from Hudson-Prentice. He's the second leading wicket taker for Sussex at the moment this season. 16 for him in his 13 innings that he has bowled in. Promised Division 2 updates. Let's go through them now. Northants 69 without loss in their first inning after Middlesex set them a target of 413 in the first innings. Leicestershire 32 without loss themselves after Glamorgan were bowled out in the early stages of this morning for 353. Derbyshire 230 for 2 with Gloucestershire setting 187.
Nice looking drive from Gay, but cover is packed with fielders.
Kent stabilising after losing a couple of wickets this morning. 269 for 5. Of course, there with the slight asterisk with the amount of play that they lost in the washout of yesterday's play towards the back end of the afternoon and evening.
half-hearted appeals.
Just checking on how England are travelling as well against India. 148 for 3 in India's second innings at the moment. India still leading by 154 runs currently in Headingley.
Tidy start from Hudson Prentice, just 1 from the over, 44 without loss. Definitely get 1 more over in before lunch, maybe 2, depending on how quickly Ollie Robinson gets through his, but the helmet's being run off, so not going to be a change of ends for Carson as the sun peeks through once more here at Chester Street. Actually, I think probably just the 1.
Yeah, it's been brightening up quite nicely after what looked like to be a pretty scary outlook on the cloud cover when we started off Durham's batting innings. As Ollie Robinson setting his field to how he wants it, very heavy offside. There you got a man just in front of the second turf on the offside. And Lees almost found the gap there between the two men, square on the offside. Very typical shot that he's played throughout the morning session, that just sort of slightly later rising up drive square and through the offside. This time that's just either doesn't quite get the timing right or the pace just wasn't quite there from Robinson. Width and dispatched from Lees. The man trying to stretch, but to no avail. And Lees racks up another boundary, his third 4 of the innings so far.
Yeah, it sounded beautiful off the bat. Almost looked over to the fence straight away, expecting it, expecting it to go there, and it did.
That's going to prompt a field change from Robinson as well. That's Clark that's coming across from the leg side.
Yeah, they're really going to try shut off cover.
So Lees just tries to wait even later and guide it through back behind him on the offside, but doesn't quite get his angles correct.
Yeah, this is no doubt something that's probably been happening all around the country with the Kookaburra ball. I don't want to say negative, but very defensive fields. Now, I saw Sussex start off with the 3 slips, but it's immediately very quickly gone down to just 1, and Dan Hughes actually now going to come up to a short mid-off for the captain.
Oh, and Lees very, very careful and close there to maybe chopping on, but manages to find some daylight. And they'll run back for 2. That's good running from the skipper and Gay, and most importantly, that's the 50 up before the lunch break. 16.4 overs, taken just over an hour to get there as well, 66 minutes. And the first milestone has been accomplished. And of course, that is the 50 partnership between the 2 openers as well. 100 balls in the same time, 66 minutes it's taken.
Probably not going to go too attacking with the final ball is over. I wonder if Sussex is going to come out with that same field on the offside after lunch. Maybe whether Leeds will start taking the aerial route, trying to go over that offside field. You know, you've got those, effectively the 3 short covers out there for the Durham captain.
And it's left by Lees. And is that going to be? It will be. Going to lunch right on the stroke of 1 o'clock. And it's been an eventful morning session for both teams. Sussex continued on, or afforded maybe a couple of 2 more runs than what the Durham bowlers were hoping, but eventually the final wicket did fall of Gurinder Sandhu, bowled by George Drizzell. Alex Lees and Emilio Gay coming out, facing all comers, Ollie Robinson, and the return of Jofra Archer with a red ball in hand, and they will walk into the dressing room at lunch for 50 without loss. So we will take our break, and we will be back very, very soon with the second session live from Chester Street. And a good afternoon to everybody tuning in around the globe, potentially even with the eyes that are here looking for Jofra Archer's return to the red ball game. We are getting ourselves ready for the second session of Durham County Cricket up against Sussex. Durham in their first batting innings, currently 50 without loss. Alex Lees and Emilio Gay hanging in there in the initial proceedings, although hanging in there will probably be an unfair phrase to use for the two. Alex Lees got himself 3 fours and a 6 in that opening proceeding, and Emilio Gay with 2 boundaries to his name as well, as the Sussex fielders will make their way out onto the grounds. My name is Ben Fitzpatrick. It's a pleasure to have your company with us for the coverage today. I'll soon be joined by Rob Rush as well as he retakes his seat into the second session. Alex Lees will resume on 34 not out off 52 balls, and Emilio Gay a 16 off of 50 deliveries as well. The bowling figures from the first session for Sussex: Ollie Robinson 5 overs, no wickets for 11 runs, 1 maiden. Gurinder Sandhu bowled 4 overs, none for 12 with a maiden. Jofra Archer 4 overs for him as well, and his red ball return 2 maidens. The first 2 overs were maidens, none for 11. Jack Carson, the most expensive of the Sussex bowlers, 15 runs he went for, with 10 of them coming in the first 2 balls of the first over. Alex Lees hitting a 4 and then a massive 6 through off the long off region. And then Flynn Hudson-Prentice was just the 1 over with the 1 run to his name. As there's going to be bowling continuing over from the Lumley end, I can welcome Rob Rush back for this afternoon.
Yeah, it should be an interesting session this one. I feel like I say that a lot, but you know, this is probably where Durham just wanted to get through to lunch definitely unscathed, or if they were going to lose wicket, only 1. They did manage to get through without loss. So maybe we did see some funky fields starting to come into play, especially that last over from Ollie Robinson, where they basically shut cover off completely along the ground, kind of trying to force Alex Lees to go aerial if he wanted to, but he decided to play sensibly for that final over before lunch. But it's Finn Hudson-Prentice to start after the break. And Gay straight back into his watchful pose. And yeah, I think I said, we briefly talked about it just after coming off air, that this is probably the session where Durham will start to look to go maybe a little bit more aggressive. No, deficit currently 311. As we said, they will still need to bat out until probably around 4 o'clock tomorrow to try and get a big enough lead. But if they can make some serious inroads in this session, they will be happy with their work. Will Rhodes probably going to come in at the loss of the first wicket, number 3. Colin Ackerman, number 4. Pocket Rocket, Ollie Robinson at 5. Graham Clark at 6. Like, bump up the order for him from his normal spot of 7. Baz Deleda at 7. He's got a strong lower middle order. Durham, Deleda, Drizzell, Rain, Potts can also chip in with some runs, and Sam Connors probably going to come in as last man when, or if we get there. And Emilio Gay with a gentle push up to Sandhu with the first run of the session. And yeah, just 1 over before lunch for Hudson-Prentice. I wonder if we'll see Jofra Archer straight away from the Finkel end after the break, or whether it will be Ollie Robinson who had that 2 over burst just before the lunch interval.
Did look like he was just taking a couple of little skips there. Was Archer potentially, so it might just be go straight back into the attack for him.
And that is the start Sussex wanted. Alex Lees, first ball he's faced after lunch. The outside edge, straight into the gloves of John Simpson. You can see there just how frustrated the captain is. He's got to go for 34. And Sussex make an immediate breakthrough in this afternoon session, the Durham captain goes for 34.
Yeah, that's huge. That is absolutely huge from a Sussex point of view. Very rare sort of loose swipe at the delivery there as well, Lees. He's been pretty clean throughout this first session here, throughout that first morning. But, yeah, first ball that he faces after lunch can often be the way when you get yourself into a nice, warm rhythm throughout that morning. Then you take the lunch break, and the first ball that you find, you've got to get yourself back into that zone and not let yourself be too expansive early on. But it's happened. The captain is gone, and Sussex have that first breakthrough. So he's going to bring Will Rhodes out to the crease at 3. And if we thought that Jofra Archer was going to maybe have a little bit of a chomp from the Finkel end to start this afternoon session, well, he's definitely going to have his tail up a little bit further here with a fresh batter to potentially face up against. Gay navigated him quite well during Archer's first spell. Of course, this is all in the event that Jofra Archer does start from the Finkel end on the next over. But for now, Durham have just got to steady the ship a little bit here. They don't want to start losing earlier wickets in bunches.
Seed from Hudson Prentice, who's very quickly into his work. Yeah, it's not been the start Will Rhodes would have wanted in terms of his overall career in the red ball since making the move north from Warwickshire. Was asked to kind of bat at number 7 and be that all-rounder, take that all-rounder role there. Just couldn't quite get going with bat or ball. It's a solid over from Hudson Prentice, prizing out the big wicket of the captain, Alex Lees, 51 for 1. Yeah, just kind of hadn't really got going, Rhodes, and in the end found himself left out just before the blast got underway for the 2 games against Nottinghamshire and Somerset here at Banks Homes Riverside. And due to Ben McKinney with that blow on the head suffered against Yorkshire, still waiting to hear how he's feeling and when his 7 days protocol will start. Rhodes gets an opportunity to put some runs on the board, and he gets in his favoured position of number 3, and it's not going to be Jofra Archer just yet. It's going to be a change of ends for Gurinder Sandhu.
Yes, Gurinder Sandhu starting from the Finkel end, the afternoon session. Figures of none for 12 of his first 4 overs in the morning. Shot.
Oh,
lovely.
Emilio Gay. That's beautiful.
Beautiful drive from Emilio Gay, welcoming Gurinder Sandhu from the opposite end that he bowled at in the morning session. That's a lovely drive, and the initiative is going to have to go on to Emilio now, with Alex Lees having departed. He's just rejoining us from the lunch break. Straight again there from Gay, but sounded like it just caught an edge as opposed to any full face of defence. If you are just rejoining us and gazing down at that scoreboard, Alex Lees has just a few moments ago been dismissed, caught behind by the captain Simpson off the bowling of Finn Hudson Prentice. Straighter again, angling away from the left-hander. As all the other matches around the counties are going to start rejoining us as well in live play. Somerset's still at lunch, it looks like, at the moment. In Birmingham, 446.5 they are left off at the break. Now just taking the opportunity to just be patient here. Here's Gay, just as we were potentially talking about, Rob, that this was going to be the session that Durham are going to start putting the pressure back onto the Sussex bowling attack. You get the one wicket and all of a sudden things start to go back into their shell a little bit more reserved. As Sandhu's going to attempt to change angle round the wicket this time to Emilio Gay. Gets the angle in and guides it to his left-hand side. Plenty of encouragement and belief again now out around the Sussex fielders. Last ball of the first Sandhu over. It's not a bad delivery at all. Starting off wider, but getting that good shape and movement in up onto the bat. The well-timed boundary, the only runs from it for Emilio Gay. Durham 55 for 1.
Hampshire in 91. Excuse me. Hampshire in 91 for 2 down at Chelmsford. They trail by just over 200 there. Surrey 156 for 1. They are only trailed by a tad over 50 against Worcestershire at New Road. Notts are still going against Yorkshire, 463 for 8. All games bar Somerset and Div 1 up and running. Derbyshire 247 for 2. They lead by 60 now. They're looking to bat themselves into a position where they can force a result against Gloucestershire and try and get their campaign up and running. Kent and Lancashire are still at lunch at Blackpool. 279 for 5 are the visitors. Northamptonshire 77 for 1 in reply to Middlesex's 413, and Leicestershire 47 without loss against Glamorgan. Rhodes pushes through cover but can't beat Sandhu running round. Obviously Kent and Lancashire having to make up overs from being washed out from about 3:15 yesterday onwards. I think Somerset and Warwickshire may have lost a little bit of time as well, so they're having slightly different sessions to what we have here.
Very good start here from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Looked pretty tidy in his only over in that morning session before the break, and then he's come straight out with a real belief, a real vigour on himself as well, getting that first wicket of Alex Lees, and now here 3 dot balls in a row, facing that up against Rhodes, asking the questions of the fresh batter. Hasn't been scoring too freely or too much in the 8 innings that he has batted so far this county season, Will Rhodes. 103 runs in total for him so far, averaging a tick under 13 in this season.
Oof. Squared up. It's good from Hudson-Prentice, offering immediately more control and more attacking options than Carson did from the Lumley end. And Maiden to back up the wicket over from Hudson Prentice. Very good start from Sussex after lunch.
Yeah, this is very strong. Coming out from under lunch, just when he thought that first sort of not quite full session from Durham. Obviously, Sussex had quite a lot of time, about 40 minutes worth of extra batting that they were able to squeak out of the Durham bowling attack. Probably about 20 minutes or so too much from what Durham would have been wanting to get out of Sussex to start day 2 off today. As that's turned off the hip into the leg side from Gay. Only going to get one with the pace of the ball that was fired down there from Sandhu. But yeah, through most of that initial session, it was quite patient, quite sort of an even balance in the game and in the contest. Durham still trying to look like sort of just figure out what the Sussex bowling attack was going to provide them. So the spectacle of the return of Jofra Archer as well in the midst of all of that. And the second session really needed one of these two sides to try and take hold of the game and try and bring it into their control. And Sussex have done that in the early exchange. You can just hear that they're out there with all the applause. You can see almost in perfect tandem the two members of the slips cordon there. But it's got some real echo, some real carry around Chester Street at the moment. They've got their tails firmly up. I believe if they can get one or two more.
Yes, it's James Coles and Tom Clark in that cordon who are doing the clapping.
I want to know if they've rehearsed. I want to know if they've rehearsed that, because that is that is almost to exact tempo, to exact beat and timing. That would take West End performers months.
Probably on the long coach ride up.
Sandhu, initially offered a bit of width, but that sharply turned right in and sailed over the top of middle and off. Been bowling very, very well. Has only really had the one slightly loose and expensive over, and even then that's only gone for 6 runs. At the moment, just the 1 run off of this one. 2 more deliveries for Rhodes to face. Width again. Rhodes just leaves that one alone. Not wanting to be tempted into any kind of false stroke. So this wind has just continued to persist around Chester Street as well. I might be able to hear it through the effects mic, and you can see from the flags as well that are decorating the north side of the ground over at the Lumley end. It's been consistent direction from left to right from where we are currently looking at it here at the commentary position and at the Finkel end that Gurinder Sandhu is bowling from. Final delivery of this over. Very straight. And a big, big shout. Hands on heads from Sandhu. He feels like he's close. And Sussex are continuing to press with questions. Just the 1 run from it. 56 for 1.
Ashthorpe's favourite flag. It's doing the work. Yeah, blowing from left to right as you look at it on your screens. Died down a little bit over the lunch break, but it's just picked back up, almost coming with the players out to the middle.
quick update on England as well, who are in test match action, of course, against India. India still at the crease and leads 167 for 3. They are at the moment inside the 52nd over of the second batting innings.
Nice looking punch, but won't beat Dan Hughes at mid-on.
Again, looking very keen at the moment is Emilio Gage to try that punch, particularly through the leg side. He's just not quite been able to get the timing of it yet. We know he's capable of the strong drives. We've seen him even just in this outing so far. 22 off 63 now. He's been very, very patient.
Tiny bit straighter from Emilio. Manages to get down to the non-striker's end and pick up 1.
And that's what you're going to want to keep an eye on for yourselves as well as the batters out there, is keeping sure that run rate is ticking over. It's all well and good making sure that you're steadying the ship a little bit and not giving easy wickets away after the first one's fallen, but that run rate was up at around about the 2.9, just pushing towards 3 and over when we went into the lunch break. It's now dipped to 2.6. So getting those couple of quick singles while they can, and as we said throughout the day, batting through today and potentially into the majority of tomorrow.
Again, very tidy from Hudson Prentice. Just that single from it. Good disciplined start for the visitors after the break.
Yeah, they've been travelling very, very well so far, as it looks like Hampshire have lost a 3rd wicket. Ben Brown is now at the crease. 1 run off 5 deliveries. I think it might be Middleton that has been dismissed. Oh, big pull shot attempted there. It's going to fall safely for Gay as well. I think that was more top edge as opposed to anything.
He wasn't in control of that. It's sort of unexpected from Sandhu. He hasn't really dropped short yet today, so not a bad ploy to try the bouncer, and Gay just was not expecting it. Went for the pull, and fortunate that it did not carry down to the man at long leg. Picks up another run and moves to 24.
Again, that one's slightly back of a length from Sandhu, so maybe just looking to try and mix that in a little bit more frequently. Seen a couple of short balls here and there from Sussex attack. I think one from Ollie Robinson in the first session just sort of kept low, never really got the rise.
I think that sort of is it seems a bit more of his natural length, that slightly shorter compared to what we traditionally see in England. Good running.
I think there was a no ball as well that's been signalled. It is indeed a no ball for the umpire. So might have just overstepped there.
Yeah, sort of playing a lot of his cricket in Australia before now sort of that is where their natural line is. Length is just, well, natural line of length is slightly back of what we consider to be normal in England, where you kind of have to, you're encouraged to bowl it fuller in order to get some movement.
And again, that was in that kind of good length kind of region. If you're looking at it with the old school Sky Sports overlay, I don't know if they've still kept those on.
They still bring it out.
Yeah, you've got the green good length, then the sort of the yellow fuller length, and then the red is your Yorkers kind of thing, and obviously back of a length as well. That good set range where you take those short balls and bounces into play. So that's where it's kind of pitching at the moment on that map. Again, little shorter and a good scurry through there from Gay.
Yeah, Sandhu has dropped, I think it's Ibrahim, who now comes up into more traditional mid-wicket for Rhodes. When Gay's on strike, he has dropped back to that sort of deep mid-wicket region. So maybe just trying to plant the seed in Gay's mind. Saw that obviously first ball of the over, so maybe it's something that they didn't try with Gay before lunch, but they're just wondering if they can lure him in after the break.
Sandhu over the wicket this time to Rhodes. Gets him playing. Nicely timed, but there's cover there. There's not 1 wicket away from being bowled out against Yorkshire, but not after posting 474 runs in their first innings. It's still going at the moment as well. 2 batters, Mohammed Abbas just joined the crease, and Liam Patterson-White on 74 unbeaten. Again, very nicely timed, very nicely shaped, but there is a Jofra Archer-sized defence in the way of letting it run for 4. So slightly expensive and loose over there from Sandhu. 62 for 1.
Yeah, I wonder if that might be Sandhu's last over. Just watched him in that last ball. Just didn't seem to have a rhythm coming up to the crease. I mean, it is a pretty strong wind, so maybe that was playing on his mind, but perhaps Simpson's going to look to Robinson or Archer to replace him.
Any consideration to give Carson a try from the Finkel end at all, or too early?
I think too early, especially with how Durham looked to play him, and what Finn Hudson-Prentice has shown is that if you can sort of find that good line and length straight away with a little bit of pace on, then it is a bit more difficult to play. Obviously, Carson will be slower naturally, so you maybe don't want to allow the chance of, particularly if Emilio Gay's on strike, you don't want to allow the chance of Gay to get underneath it. Maybe, though, with it being 2 left-handers and Will Rhodes still relatively new to the crease, only got the single to his name so far, maybe it wouldn't be the worst shout, but I think Simpson kind of wants to keep his foot on the... He wants to try and really tighten up this score, and you can see there he's got Ollie Robinson in a short mid-on right in Gay's eye line. See if he can prize another wicket relatively quickly after the lunch break. That one, Peter Robinson actually hits the bat of Will Rhodes at the non-strikers, and he's having to stand wider than he normally would because of Robinson fielding there.
Yeah, it's a real sort of awkward position that Robinson's put himself in. Smart, very, very smart, especially with how often that Gay has been looking to sort of play and flick off of his pads.
Fuller that time from Hudson-Prentice, and again, very impressive glove work from Simpson to take it and whip the bails off.
Yeah, full and quite wide as well there from Gay, who wanted to have a swipe. Like you say, very good work from Simpson behind the pegs to try and whisk it away and send him back into the pavilion. Oof, again.
Again, another good take, and there is just something that Hudson Prentice is getting out of this pitch since the break.
Yeah, he seems to be the Sussex bowler. I mean, obviously, with the wicket, taking that out of the equation, seems to be the one that is doing the most work and asking the most questions from Durham's batters.
Okay, watches that and drops it late under his eyes, but another maiden for Hudson Prentice. His fourth of his spell. Well, no, sorry, excuse me, second of his spell. Very good figures so far. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. Really providing Simpson with control after lunch in a session that is crucial to how this game is going to develop. Normally day 3 in the county championship is sort of your moving day in terms of where you'll start to see a side emerge on top, but with that Kookaburra ball you're probably going to see it a little bit earlier if teams want to force results, which, as everyone involved with Durham knows, Ryan Campbell does not play for draws. They do not exist. They do not exist in his vocabulary, so that's why we are constantly talking about how Durham are going to try set this game up.
Yeah, and I think that's the right attitude to have, in all honesty. I mean, this might be the Australian mindset, the Australian mentality talking, but if you're going to play in a contest, you want to be the one that's going to come out the better of it. You know, there's no point kind of putting all that prep work in, putting all the hard yards in on and off the field to walk away with honours kind of shared.
Absolutely. It's something that, the mentality of the group is definitely the biggest thing that Ryan Campbell's changed since joining the club. 2022 languishing in kind of that bottom half of Division 2, not really, there wasn't a clear path anywhere in terms of where the club was going to go. There was no real direction. I think James Franklin has been let go before the end of the season. There have been a couple flashpoints, so you kind of needed a strong figure to come in.
Oof, that one popped up there on Rhodes as Sandhu immediately returns his hands back to the top of his head.
Yeah, you needed someone with a strong mindset, a strong attitude in order to get the best out of the players here, because I think they'd sort of become a victim of, in terms of they maybe didn't quite believe how good they were, and there definitely was the talent there for them, and they definitely had the ability, but just it wasn't quite sticking on the pitch. And Marcus North making that call to bring Ryan Campbell in as head coach, and immediately it was actually his first game was against Sussex down at Hove. Second innings batting collapse meant that Sussex were able to chase down the runs, but kind of since then they've never looked back and have just gone from strength to strength since. So I definitely agree with you, having the sort of mentality of wanting to win and always try and be positive and on the front foot is how we should be looking to go about things.
Nice shot there in the meantime from Rhodes to try and give him a little bit of confidence. Gurinder Sandhu has continued from the Finkel end here into his 4th over of this spell after the lunch break. Also did try in that delivery to put a second slip into place. Tom Clark had moved from the leg side into a wider, sort of almost third slip range. Straight and squirting away, and that might just race all the way. It will indeed. Emilio Gay, a little fortuitous, but the Durham batters won't mind whatsoever. It's runs on the scoreboard, and it's more runs to Emilio Gay. Sandhu just looking back there at the pitch and having conversation with Daniel Hughes at mid-on. Final ball of the Sandu, 4th over. 5 runs from it so far. And slightly leg side, tucked off the hip. And Gay will go through and retain the strike. So 6 runs from it, not a bad over there from a Durham point of view. 68 for 1. Let's have a little check and see what's going on elsewhere as well. Northants 103 for 1. It's home against Middlesex, still trailing by 310. Leicestershire still going very, very nicely in their opening partnership stand. 71 for none in the 20th over for them at the moment. Still trailing by 282. It's all in the 2nd division, of course. Hudson Prentice is going to get waved off. Derbyshire 268 for 2. 81 run lead now for them in Bristol. And Kent still holding firm in Blackpool at the moment against Lancashire, who won the toss on day 1 and sent Kent into bat. 303 for 5.
Nice second drive from Gay.
Yeah, just didn't quite time it again on that instance there. There is the man right there in the sort of regulation mid-position. It just doesn't quite get it to a timing where he can just squirt it through that gap between the bowler's run-up and mid-off.
Just opens the face again, but Carson cuts off at short third. I think that last over is probably what Durham want to kind of aim for in the remainder of the day. 6 off the over, no real risks taken. There wasn't a run out. You know, the boundary that Gay got down to that 3rd man region, just all on the carpet. Obviously no chance of getting out. So that's sort of the blueprint, if they can, of what they want their overs to look like. If they can manage to just tick along at 4-5, get the runs going. Deficit currently 293, but a lot's got to be said for the very disciplined bowling attack that Sussex have got and how they've been able to come out after lunch and apply their breaks. You know, Durham are used to not bully their way into scoring quickly, but they are used to being able to get shots away and score relatively quickly. That's a nicely timed clip through mid-wicket for Gay. Very well fielded by, I think that's Hughes. They're going to come through for 3. Yeah, Durham are kind of, they love to impose their own will on the game and put the bowlers off, but you've got to respect what's being put in front of you, and that's what Amelia Gay and Will Rhodes are doing right now. Gay moving to 33 with that trio of runs. Bit of width there, but he has protection from Sandu, and that's another thing that we kind of touched about, is that Sussex have gone relatively defensive with the field, so kind of where your options would be to take the 1s and 2s aren't really there because they're finding the fielders. So it's a very good battle between bat and ball right now. And it will just be the 3 off the over. Wonder if there's going to be a change.
Yeah, I did see that Archer was stretching at the very least and kind of limbering himself up.
I think he's coming back.
He's striding over to the umpire and the cap has been removed. So Jofra Archer is going to be back in for his second spell. None for 11 from his first 4 overs that he bowled this morning. 2 maidens back to back. And then getting an expensive loose over from him in the third. Went for 9 runs and then 2 off the first delivery of over number 4. But Archer still, of course, trying to find his own rhythm, find his own pace and fitness after having been away for 4 years in the red ball game. So many keen eyes on him around the England camp, and just letting Rhodes know that he is going to be coming around the wicket to start off to Emilio Gay. Non-striker is in position. Goes short. First ball of the new session and the new spell, and Gay is happy to just bump it into the leg side and get to the safety of the non-striker's end and say, here you go, Rhodesy. I know that you've only faced 25 deliveries, got 2 runs off it. Now face Jofra Archer.
Yeah. Nice welcome to the middle. It's just something we just gently touched upon. Is just to Emilio gave before lunch. Archer was probably just too leg side. See if he can get that radar located in his first stint after lunch.
Oh, nice Yorker.
There you go.
Very, very nice. And Will Rhodes gives a little look up to Archer and potentially his non-striker and go, hang on a second, I can see what you've done here. But yeah, you're right. It's the one thing that we haven't quite seen yet from Archer is that radar, like you say, that location. And then maybe when we get that right, start throwing in that little bit of variation. We've seen the short ball, now the Yorker. And that one had a little bit of movement in as well. That Rhodes navigates nicely. Still quite a tight field in and around the circle. We've got Ollie Robinson standing on the second pitch on the offside. As that one's watched nicely by Rhodes.
Decent carry there as well. Obviously, we all know Jofra's got the extra pace compared to the other bowlers in this Sussex lineup. Yes, just that 4 over burst from him, first change this morning. That's probably set the benchmark for where he's going to be. As you said, maybe on the odd occasion might tick up to 5 in a spell, but for probably a nice way to introduce him back into red ball cricket.
Another good Yorker again, but that time just slightly down the leg side. And Rhodes can tuck it away towards third and get off strike. Give one more ball at Emilio Gay, who's picked up quite nicely. 34 off of 80 deliveries now for him. Oh, goes very short. Bounces up on him. And Gay does well to guide it down into safety. 2 runs off of the first over of Jofra Archer's second spell. 73 for 1.
Going to be a double change. It is going to be the introduction of Carson back into the attack. Was quite a harsh introduction for him given by Alex Lees. First 2 balls going for 10, but then dragged it back quite nicely, only gone for 5 from the ensuing 22 deliveries. Will Rhodes going to have his first look at the right handoff spin. See what sort of field Simpson's got for him. No man around the corner yet. Saw that for both Gay and Lees earlier on. Again, nice flight from Carson, but just not the accuracy. Effectively turning into a leg stump half volley, but Rhodes just taking a sensible option. He's got a man on the 40. Well, Jofra Archer is deep backwards square. A man in 2 men short, covering mid-wicket, then a more regulation, well, sort of deeper mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, slightly deeper as well. Gets the edge straight along the ground to Hudson Prentice at short third. And then I think that's Sandhu who's out at deep point. Boundary riding. Tucked away, just away from Ibrahim in at that sort of he's a short mid wicket there. Just really trying to tempt the batters with that flight, trying to get that dip up and down back in towards them. Bit of extra width on that one, but Rhodes can't get it past cover, so just the 2 singles for Carson back into the attack. 75 for 1.
Yeah, it's interesting with him trying to flight that ball up a little bit more, like you say, try and tempt the batters into going a little bit more expansive, emulating Alex Lees in the first 2 deliveries that he had against Carson with that 4 and 6. Try and get them to mistime something a little bit, misread the flight of the ball as it carries in. Obviously, the wind is going to cause havoc on it the more that you go and float that ball up. We can just get it just high enough out of the initial eye line, get the batters' heads a little bit off kilter, a little off centre, and let them get a little frustrated as well. Archer to continue. Go short again, and Gay will help that onto its way through the leg side. Just the 1 run. But that's occasionally all that you're going to need to help this scoreline tick over. That run rate that I was mentioning about earlier on in the session is now ticked up to 2.7 and over. So we are starting to make a little bit of progression and get ourselves back to where we left off tempo-wise before the dismissal of Lees. Again, short from Archer. Good carry and zip into the gloves of Simpson. Rhodes ducked out of the way. Quickly tell you about the innings change at Nottingham. Notts have been bowled all out for 487. So Yorkshire, a lot of work to do through the remainder of today and tomorrow to try and chase that 487 down and get some kind of result for themselves there.
Ooh, this is nice. This is nice from Archer after lunch. So maybe it was nerves, maybe just obviously getting back into that rhythm in that first spell, but this second spell has been eminently more dangerous for Durham to negotiate.
Yeah, still a couple of deliveries that are maybe just a little too drifty on towards the leg side. Couple that Gay has been able to just sort of tuck off of his hip and get away onto the non-striker's end, but ooh, that one will be a little wake-up call there for Rhodes. That definitely caught something.
It's probably missed a thigh pad. Me and Ash were talking about it yesterday. Batters have all this padding.
Yeah.
You get it all nicely arranged when you put your pads on and everything, and then somehow the ball will always find the spot that isn't covered.
Yeah. And of all the bowlers out there,
That one's going to sting the most.
yeah,
That one will sting the most with it coming from Archer. I don't think if Ollie Robinson or Sandu hits you there, you're as worried, but Archer's one definitely just runs up on you a little bit quicker.
bit of a reorganisation of the field here as well. Man that's gone around to more of a traditional third. Is that's coming around and going backwards now there. That might be Hughes potentially.
Nah, Hughes is down just in front of us at mid-off.
Ooh, very short.
This is nice. It's good to see as a cricket fan. Jofra Archer back to near his best.
Yeah, he's just going to want a wicket for himself now.
Like I say, just back in the flow of things.
Last ball of what's been a tidy over. Goes shorter again, half a cry of catch, but manages to find the gap again on that leg side. And Rhodes will retain the strike, but another over from Jofra Archer going for just 2 runs, 77 for 1.
Somerset still going on their merry way down at Edgbaston, 479 for 8. Bonus points have been settled for that portion of the first innings. Surrey have lost a third against Worcestershire, 187 for 3. They're still looking in pretty good touch, and Hampshire ticking along steadily, 112 for 3 at Chelmsford. Wayne Madson's gone to a yet another century for Derbyshire against Gloucestershire. That lead is approaching 100. Kent have recovered nicely and are looking to apply some scorable pressure to Lancashire, 308 for 5 at Blackpool. Leicestershire going nicely, 96 out lost there. As Carson continues again that nice flight, but Rhodes just pushes along the carpet for one. He's looking to, as much as anything, have some time out in the middle as much as getting runs on the board. And Northamptonshire have lost their second, chasing or trying to eat into that first innings deficit against Middlesex. 110 for 2 they are, trailing by just over 300. Oh, nice bowling there, but height probably doing for that LBW appeal.
Yeah, big shout from Carson in particular, but that was my first instinct. I thought it was just a bit too high, more thigh pad than anything else.
Oh. Something's happening out there for the bowlers. Again, that flight we keep talking about, bamboozling Gay and almost trickling back onto stumps, and Simpson, brilliant keeping once again to watch the ball and take the bails off in case Gay had wandered out of his ground. Sussex staying in the fight, and more than in the fight here. Gay brings some calmness proceedings, he's on 37. Again, just 2 from the over, 79 for 1.
Yeah, it's quite a poignant comment you make there, Rob, about being in the fight and arguably being in the lead of the fight. They're the ones that are throwing the punches at the moment, it feels like. And Durham just kind of boxed in against the corner at the moment, it feels like. They're against the ropes. Yes, they're getting a small little jab in, maybe a body shot, but they've not quite got that escape at the moment. They've not quite got that hook to connect to go, okay, give me a little bit of space. I've got some life in me still, but just still seem a little bit rocked maybe after losing that initial wicket. They have put 28 runs on since losing Lees about 5-10 minutes into this afternoon session. They're still yet to give a real response as Archer comes in again and is continuing with the short ball play.
Yeah, if any bowler out this Sussex lineup is going to bowl that bouncer plan, it is obviously Archer, but it's also not a bad... We saw the one that Sandhu bowled that Gay top edge down to long leg. There is now a man sort of on the square 45 really for that one, that if Gay does decide to pull and doesn't get all of it, I think it's Clark who's there. If he just wants to have a go at it and mistime it, then Sussex have got a fielder waiting. And yeah, it's that period of it's that respect that you've got to have for the bowlers, in terms of they are bowling very good stuff, very disciplined, controlled, no freebies, really having to work for your runs out there. But the thing Durham will also be looking at is, okay, we've got Archer coming into his second spell.
Short again, half a shout of catch it, but it's going to drop just in front of the man there.
You know, Archer into his second spell. Robinson's had 2 shorter spells, but, you know, at some point Simpson will have to turn back to him to come back for a spell. Sandhu's gone through his second spell. You know, it's something that they'll be looking for if they can get bowlers into third spells, fourth spells, especially if they can get after Carson at the Lumley end and really just put some seeds in doubt. So that's probably the shots they're looking to throw. That looks out.
That's close. High, potentially, is the only thing that has saved Emilio Gay there from Jofra Archer from having his first wicket on return into the red ball game. My initial question was of height, and especially with the way that Gay naturally reacted to the impact of the delivery as well. But now, Finn Hudson-Prentice was nibbling. Gurinder Sandhu still trying to find his location. Carson's travelling well. Jofra Archer's now entering his name into the wicket conversation as well, potentially. Returns to the shorter deliveries. But you're right. You mentioned it, I think it was the last over, Rob, about there's something happening out there for this Sussex bowling attack. And if you are of a Sussex persuasion tuning in to the coverage at the moment today, stay tuned. Archer goes a little leg side, but nothing that the field can't handle. So a maiden over from Jofra Archer, the third of his return to red ball cricket today. Leaves Durham 79 for 1.
Couple of sub-fielders just coming on for Sussex. I think James Coles and Gurinder Sandhu just making their way off. I think Henry Crocombe is one of the subfielders coming on. Trying to work out who the other one is. Carson to continue. Just prodded out to mid-off. Slightly shorter. Rhodes trying to carve off the back foot, but good fielding from Clark. Maybe it's Ollie Carter who's on his subfielder.
Potentially.
Trying to think, maybe he's in at mid-wicket. There we go, Will Rhodes. That's the sort of area that he's looking to find. Robinson will do well to keep it to just a couple. Yeah, it is Ollie Carter in at mid-wicket as subfielder, and Henry Crocombe as well, I think, who's patrolling deep point region. But that's the first one that Rhodes has really been able to get through the offside.
Yeah, it's his first multiple run scoring shot of the day so far. That one from Rhodes. Everything else has been singles from the 43 deliveries that he has faced. Putting a lot of effort in to these deliveries at the moment is Carson. A couple of grunts. And the last two especially, effort balls.
Rhodes defends off the back foot. Just that two from it, 81 for 1.
Gives me a chance to quickly update you about what's happening at Headingley as well. KL Rahul is on the verge of another Test match century. 97 not out of 199 deliveries. Rishabh Pant joining him at the non-strikers end with 77 of 97. As I say that, Rahul has just moved on to 98 of 200 deliveries. Shah Bashir and our very own Bryden Cass, the bowling partnership currently, as Jofra Archer is going to go ahead and continue from the Finkel end here. Gay on 37 of 95 deliveries. Rhodes 8 from 45. So both been slower to get going, especially when you compare that to Alex Lees's 34 of 53 that he ended up putting up before being dismissed, caught behind by the captain John Simpson. Shorter again from Jofra Archer, continuing on with his plan of attack, and Gay had a little think about that one, decided to pull the hands away at the last moment, and had the slip cord, and very, very interested in it for that split second. And this is where Jofra Archer starting to show glimpses of that best, show glimpses of that 2021 summer. Full, that looks very close, and the finger is up. Jofra Archer has his first-class wicket in 4 years, and it's Emilio Gay that's been trapped on the front pad. It looked pretty good from the moment that contact was made, and Jofra Archer will celebrate. Gay has to dismiss for 37, and Durham look like that they are in a spot of trouble. 81 for 2 as Gay has to depart. You've been mentioning that looks like that something was happening out there potentially for the Sussex bowling attack. I thought that maybe Carson might have been close. Hudson Prentice was bowling very, very well and consistently until the end of his spell. And Jofra Archer has now found that radar, found that location, has fired one into the pads, and the umpire has sent Gay on his way. Means that Colin Ackerman is going to be the man out at 4 and to try and help to somewhat steady this Durham ship once again. Well, if you're a Sussex, from a Sussex point of view, you'd have to say that it's been coming. And even I think it's fair to say it from a Durham point of view that it has been very, very close. And try as they might, they could not keep out the talent of Jofra Archer for too long. So the full finishing scorecard then for Emilio Gay, 37 runs off 97 deliveries, 131 minutes, 4 4s and no 6s. And now Ackerman has to stand up against one of England's bright bowling talents. Field just being moved around for the new batter. 2 slips in play, one sort of a short, fine leg. Mid-off coming a little bit further up in the form of Gurinder Sandhu. Hughes at mid-on. And returning back to short form is Jofra Archer with a first delivery to Ackerman. Ackerman been travelling well so far this season in the county championship as well. 3rd highest run scorer for Durham coming into this match. 406 runs off the 12 innings that he's batted so far in the season. Average of a tick under 37. A strike rate tick over 50 so far, and he will need to be patient and need to be the guiding light potentially here for Durham as well. Archer goes back of a length and straighter, but Ackerman defends behind it. And once again, just like it was with Lees being dismissed, the Sussex bowling attack and fielders have that belief once again. Edge, but squirts away from the 2-man slip cordon, and it'll race all the way down through 3rd for a much-needed boundary for Durham. First runs to Colin Ackerman, but still questions being slightly asked from Archer. The man now puts on the helmet in short leg. Jumps up onto Ackerman, who guides it into the leg side as Archer concludes his 4th over of the second spell and picks up that all-important first wicket for his return. Durham 85 for 2.
Wonder if he's potentially bought himself an extra over with that wicket.
Yeah. He's fired it in there as well, hasn't he?
He has, and he's deserved that wicket with how well he's bowled since lunch. He's really, this second spell that he's in, he's bowled a lot more consistently. There's been a lot less give me balls that we've talked about that he bowled potentially before lunch. So, he's definitely deserved that wicket. Just watching it back, I just wonder, it has moved in quite a lot. Just maybe potentially going down leg. But it's all futile now. Sussex have their second breakthrough of the session, obviously getting rid of Alex Lee's just fourth ball after the break. It just allows a little bit of extra pressure to be added. Will Rhodes has found it difficult to score, and Ackerman obviously new to the crease. Sussex will be thinking, if we can get one more, then we can start controlling the game as well. Just cut away off the back foot. Will be one out to Sandhu, but the way Durham can now counteract that is there is a right-left combo at the crease. If they can find those ones that just rotate the strike between these two, get the Sussex fielders moving around. The man under the lid at short leg will stay. It looks like Worcestershire are mounting a quite decent comeback against Surrey. Ackerman early onto the front foot to defend. We'll bring you up to date with that at the end of the over. And again, it's been tighter from Carson as well since he was brought back in to the attack. Really backing up Archer and Hudson Prentice, who he replaced.
Yeah, and it's important that as well because of the point that you made through the morning session, actually, Rob, about trying to find one of those bowlers like Drizzell was for Durham in their bowling innings to just hold an end. They had to sort of experiment with it slightly in the opening sort of 20 minutes, half an hour. Try, I think, with Sandhu from the Lumley end to start off with. Then Carson got whacked in the first over and then sort of settled a little bit. And they found rhythm with Hudson Prentice.
Nicely touched round the corner from Ackerman. That'll be his second boundary. Carson going full. He's not happy. He's kicked at the ground in frustration. And I wonder if the umpire may just take a note of that reaction. But just too straight from Carson. He's furious with himself. Ackerman able to move himself onto 8. And Durham now 90 for 2. So we're going to bring you the update from New Road. Surrey have now collapsed to 195 for 5 against Worcestershire. Dan Lawrence is still there, but Ben Allison has picked up 2 wickets in 3 balls to send Dom Sibley and then Will Jacks back to the pavilion. Sibley out for 73 and Jacks gone second ball, and it is indeed going to be an extra over for Archer. Got Will Rhodes in his sight.
And immediately gets to work. Good delivery once again. Quickly update you on India and England as well. A test match in Headingley. I mentioned about how KL Rahul was 3 runs away. The last update from a century has now surpassed that century. And Rishabh Pant is now closing in himself. He's on 90, not out. KL Rahul 101. That's a short ball again from Archer, and Rhodes does well to duck it out of the way. Carson Bashir still the bowling partnership at the moment for England at Headingley as well. Carson with 2 of the 3 wickets that England have taken from India in their second innings. 243 the runs they've put on so far. So the lead is now stretched to 249 with plenty of wickets still to find. As a half shout there of catch it, but quite handily down the leg side there from Archer to Rhodes. Did offer a attempted sort of glance across, but no connection. This has really been something to watch and behold for Jofra Archer here. That first spell, a little bit wayward at places, but the second spell has been locked in, as that one was there as well. And it just feels like with that renewed confidence, he's carrying an extra little bit of zip as well there. That one really rattled the defence of Rhodes.
Yeah, there would have been the extra bit of zip, I think, coming straight out after lunch. You know, after any period of injury, you just want to get through that. In any sport, it's just that first time of doing stuff. Can you get through, right, your first ball? Can you get through your first over? Can you get through your first spell? That gives you the confidence to come back later on. As you say, this second spell's been a lot more threatening, a lot more decisive as well, picking up Emilio Gay, who was looking like he had the potential to put a big score on. So crucial for Sussex that he found his way back to the dressing room.
And short again to finish the over. Another maiden, his fourth of the day for Jofra Archer. Not a bad way to follow up the over where you take your first wicket on return. 90 for 2. Looks like Carson is going to continue from that Lumley end in that sort of George Drizzell-like role from Durham yesterday.
Ackerman gets down to slap it, trying to smear it through cover.
I think if you are Sussex now as well, seeing particularly a new batter try those kind of expansive and inventive shots, those slap shots. I think we saw Rhodes try and kind of swat one down into the ground a few overs ago. You'd be quite happy. There's a sense there is that sort of impatience almost.
Yeah, it's the risk reward. Obviously, Ackerman is a very good player against spin, so the fact that he feels comfortable playing these shots very early on is a double-edged sword for Sussex. Like you just mentioned, you know, on one hand, you believe that's going to bring about opportunities for wickets. Maybe a little bit of grip there from Carson, but also the fact that if Ackerman can get a few away, he then starts to take that confidence against seam, and then he makes life difficult for the other bowlers as well. As Carson is working through this over very quickly. I think it probably is going to be the end of Archer's spell. I like the move to give him one more after the wicket, but it's got to be sensible thinking from Sussex. Ackerman sees Carson fizz one in and whips it away off the pad, and in no time at all he's matched Will Rhodes' score. 91 for 2.
Yeah, it looked like that Ollie Robinson was warming up, or at least loosening up over at mid-off, but it is going to be Archer that's going to get one more over again here from the Finkel end, so they're really trying to test Archer here. Maybe this is even him himself saying, no, you know what, I've gotten my first wicket now, I'm feeling confident, feeling good with what I'm offering up. Let me sort of see how far I can test this, especially against a new man to the crease in Ackerman. Only 14 deliveries fresh.
Yeah, this is now reminding me of something similar that happened last year, but on the Durham side of things against Somerset. Ben Stokes was throwing the ball by Scott Borthwick, and I think Borthwick was quite keen after Stokes' first 4 or 5 over spell to, give him a little bit of a break and just tell him to calm down. And there was a look, maybe some words exchanged between the two very good friends, and safe to say Ben Stokes did not relent the ball.
I was there.
Yeah, it was
that match, yeah.
It was very, very fun to watch.
Yeah. Peter Siddle was bowling as well that afternoon. I've literally just flicked back into my scorebook. As again, slightly down towards the leg side against Ackerman, but he's able to flick that off of the pads. Yeah, Stokes bowled in the first Somerset batting innings, 15.1 overs, 4 for 54. Siddle bowled 10 overs, 3 for 27. And then backed up by Ben Rain as well, who bowled 15 overs, 3 for 41. His first figures in those first innings.
We got a breakdown there of what Stokes' spell lengths were. Ooh, Ackerman turned into an S. I'd be surprised if it was anything less than like 8 and 7.1 or something.
I think that's about bang on, actually. Yeah, the first spell was 8 overs, and then the second spell, 7.1, bang on.
Now, so everyone knows what a fierce competitor Stokes is, and Archer obviously has got similar burn. Good to see him pushing through. Sussex maybe trying to sense some blood.
Oh, slight edge, but takes a couple of bounces of carry towards the man at sort of 4-slip/gully kind of region there with how wide he is. That's Clark out there patrolling. As Robinson, Sandhu and Archer all exchange words and strategic information and insight for the next 2 deliveries. Archer comes in again. Goes shorter once more. But Ackerman gets the carry over it. For those interested as well, the second innings of that Somerset game, Stokes also took 4. Siddle just the 1, Rain with 1, Rain with 2, Coughlin with 1, Josh Davey, that was, caught by Ackerman for 7.
Oh. How has Jofra Archer not found the edge of the bat there? That is an absolute ripper from the Sussex man. His 5th maiden completed, an absolute beauty that Colin Ackerman can only prod at and pray that it doesn't take the shoulder of the bat on the way through to John Simpson. This has been good from Sussex. Really good. No freebies being allowed. Just the 41 runs added in the hour and 20 minutes of this session. Still got 14 overs left of the session as well. Carson round the wicket. And I think Will Rhodes has had enough of trying to block Carson. That flight we've spoken about all session, just trying to get it to dip, and Will Rhodes has just decided with that one, he's not having it anymore. Moves himself into double figures onto 13.
That's a lovely shot there from Rhodes. I thought initially with the sound of the bat, that's gone all the way, but takes a bounce or 2 through. But importantly, from a Durham perspective, it's a batter that is, as I mentioned earlier in this session, trying to take the initiative away from Sussex, who've had it firmly in their grasp.
Followed up by another really good delivery that fizzes past the outside edge from Carson. Yeah, I think that generally that's the first boundary, and God knows, well, part the Ackerman ones actually, excuse me, but apart from that, it's been very tough going for Durham out there. Rose tickles round the corner for one.
Yeah, it's the first true kind of playing boundary, if you will. Ackermans have been kind of a little bit more sort of fortuitous towards the third man.
New batter at the crease.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Last boundary was back when Durham were at 63. And that was a 4 off the bat of, I think, Emilio Gay. So it has been quite a while since one of those more deliberate kind of playing boundaries. One of the biggest things I think that's impressed me so far from Sussex, and I suppose has lended itself to why they're in such strong control of this game at the moment.
As Ackerman does manage to slap that one through, he moves to 13 himself, and maybe Durham just looking to release the handbrake a little bit as the 100 comes up towards the end of the 38th. Over. I think. Is there still one left? There is.
Yes, there is.
So I don't know why. I don't know why everyone's, unless the scoreboard's behind by one ball, which has got to be, as Ollie Robinson's going to come into the attack and end Jofra Archer's spell. But maybe Durham just looking to try and release the handbrake and apply some of that pressure.
Yeah, it had me confused even here with the manual paper and pen scoreboard that we'd missed one, but with how quickly that Carson gets through his over as an off-hit spinner. We've skipped one over, but it is indeed the new over, and it is going to be the return of Ollie Robinson from the Finkel end. Jofra Archer, very, very strong spell, 6 overs, 1 for 8 in that spell. Oh, as that one jumped up on Rhodes there from Robinson. But yeah, the point that I was initially going to make before Ackerman went ahead and beautifully through the mid-off region for 4 was that one thing that's impressed me and has probably lended to the success of the Durham bowlers is their ability to bounce back after a loose one.
Oh.
As crunch goes Will Rhodes. He has definitely had enough of all of this waiting around. And Ollie Robinson, again, just as I was about to continue to hammer home and make that point of Sussex being able to not allow sort of bad balls, quote unquote, to be chained together. There's a couple of expansive scoring shots that have been played now between Rhodes and Ackerman, and they haven't been unorthodox either. They've been measured, they've been drives. But there is the example there of Robinson just bouncing back quite nicely there. Not worrying too much that he's just been hit for 4. Come back in with a good full-length delivery, just shy of that full Yorker length. And tighten Rhodes up again and remind him that Sussex are the ones that are still in control overall here. Rhodes and Ackerman wanting to build. As that darts in towards the off stump. This partnership going to be very, very important for the success of Durham going forward in the rest of today's play. It's been, 23 runs put on since the dismissal of Emilio Gay. As Robinson's going to change and come over. Oh, and immediately gets very close to a potential result. Rhodes just feathering the bat out there, much like Ackerman did on the final ball of Jofra Archer's second spell. Just sort of flung the bat out there a little bit lazily and just hoping to make some kind of defensive connection. That was a little bit better in terms of defence. And calls an end to the start of Robinson's third spell. Just the Will Rhodes boundary from it. Durham 104 for 2. Take a look over at Headingley, where the wait for Rishabh Pant to ton up is continuing. He's still on 98.
Yeah, there's been a fair few wickets falling around the county championship as well since we last checked in. Ackerman rocks off the back foot. Somerset have been bowled all out for 498 by Warwickshire, who are 13 without loss in reply. Nicely played, Ackerman, but well covered by Archer. Surrey have lost a 6th. They're still trailing Worcestershire by 11 runs. This is some fight back from the home side as they languish currently at the bottom of the division and trying to pull themselves back into contention to stay up. Dan Lawrence still there for Surrey on 13. Rhodes now pushes into the offside. Durham just trying and succeeding at finding scoring a little bit easier. Now, Yorkshire have lost an early wicket in their reply to Notts 487. They're 14 for 1. Gloucestershire have picked up some wickets against Derbyshire. 315 for 5. Derbyshire still in a very strong position at 128 in front. Kent are 330 for 8 against Lancashire at Blackpool. Bonus point time has just passed there. 111 overs into Kent's first innings. A long day in store for them. Again flighted up and will beat the dive of Daniel Hughes and will run for 4. James Coles, actually it was Carlson had the first dive and Hughes the second, and Ackerman beats both. 6 from the over, 110 for 2, and Rhodes and Ackerman just trying to punch into third gear here for the hosts. Northamptonshire 137 for 4. Middlesex putting themselves very much on top down at Northampton. Leicestershire are going very well against Glamorgan as they look to return to Division 1. 157 without loss for them, trailing by 196. I think they've just taken a single to reduce the arrears by 1 further. Yeah, definitely Rhodes and Ackerman trying to push the tempo here.
Yeah, it's Ackerman that's been the one to kind of help inspire the charge out of the two. 18 off of 28 deliveries since making his way to the crease following Emilio Gay's dismissal. But it's good. This is good intent that's being shown from Ackerman, and even better the fact that Rhodes is –, encouraged to back it up as well, as opposed to just sort of, you know, letting the bat fall. He's got to be encouraged to back it up. And I think that's being the supporting cast member. Robinson down the ground. Ackerman with the traditional touchback to make sure that he was safe, but that is going to find its way to the boundary rope right underneath us, despite the chase of Archer and Sandu.
I think that shot of the day so far from Rhodes. Not even a particularly over-pitched delivery from Robinson, but Rhodes has spent a lot of time out in the middle. He's been out there since the opening over after the break and just looking to keep going. He's now into the 20s, and as we spoke about, it's not really clicked for him with the bat since moving, and he's hoping this is the start of a long innings for him and a successful one as well.
As Robinson changes angle and comes round the wicket, there's also something else happening out there just after that little chase. Jofra Archer was just moving a little bit gingerly, being quite heavy on his right foot as he was making his way back up from directly underneath us to where he stands at mid-on.
I think he was just trying to flatten out the advertising thing beneath us, the Dafabet square. The one you can see at the top of your screen. There's also another one, obviously, for the other end. I think he was maybe just trying to flatten out. It's got a bit creased, but we'll see.
Yeah, it'll be one to keep an eye on, at the very least. So much being heralded about his return, and obviously being watched very, very carefully, as Robinson is letting everything as well as the kitchen sink fly at that delivery, sailing over row to ducks. The last thing that him, Sussex and all of English cricket will want is for him to re-injure himself and cause another lengthy stint away from the game after he's just come back in, been playing in the short form in the IPL, and now back here with the red ball.
Oi.
Oh, pops right up on Rhodes there. Big hit off the top edge and shoulder of the bat. And the man at slip with a floppy can't quite come in close enough to make a half chance of it. It's the end of the over. 4 runs off of it. It's Durham 114 for 2.
Not sure if I've not seen this in a while, Ben, but we've mentioned that Worcestershire-Surrey game. There's been some penalty runs added onto Worcestershire. Mitchell Santner giving out LBW, I think. He wasn't happy with the decision and I think gave the umpire a piece
Some magic words.
Well, not so much that. I think he slammed his bat into the ground and pointed at the umpire after he was given out, and because of that, the 5 penalty runs have been given to Worcestershire, so they get moved round to 214 from their 209 all out, and I think safe to say there'll be something for the match referee to talk about with Mitchell Santner at the end of the game. Maybe some demerit points or some levels given out. Going to be a change. Jack Carson out of the attack. Maybe Simpson just realising that Durham wanted to push the gas pedal and wants to go back to Hudson Prentice, who has got brilliant figures so far. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6 from his opening spell. Got the wicket of Lees to kick things off after lunch. Maybe just trying to rein Durham back in, but as I mentioned a little bit ago, Durham, if they can get through the spell, won't mind seeing bowlers brought back for second and third spells and trying to capitalise on it later on. Deficit now for the host under 250 at 247.
Yeah, by pure numbers and pure stat lines, Hudson Prentice has been the pick of the bowlers, but it's quite a wide net that you can cast, really, with performance that has been put out from the 5 that have taken the ball in hand so far throughout the day. Ollie Robinson's bowled pretty consistently. Gurinder Sandhu, probably the one slight anomaly. But Archer's been strong. Carson's held down well.
That one fizzes in towards the pads of Ackerman.
And, of course, Finn Hudson-Prentice getting that initial breakthrough just a couple of minutes after we restarted from the lunch break, sending Alex Lees on his way for 34. So it's been a strong all-round performance from everybody involved so far in the Sussex bowling attack, and bringing Finn Hudson-Prentice back in.
Slightly back of a length. They have now packed mid-wicket. You saw there, Carson's in there and Clark does the fielding. So it does look like they are going to try and bowl straight at Ackerman. Obviously, Ollie Robinson's at mid-on as well. Short cover is in. And then got a cover point and Jofra Archer at sort of a deep, well, no, he's at a backward point, really. Good return from Hudson-Prentice.
Thought that was going to be a quick fielding change there, but no one wanted to go and return the ball to poor Hudson-Prentice, who took his mark.
Good return, indeed, maiden for Hudson-Prentice.
Yeah, picking up where he left off in that first spell. Terrific first spell, indeed, that it was. Continuing to keep very, very clean as he goes. This is third maiden of the innings as well. Man who's going to want to start getting himself some multiples in that maiden column is going to be Ollie Robinson, who's going to continue from the Finkel end. Immediately into his stride against Rhodes. Bounces him on the first ball, and Rhodes will duck. Rishabh Pant has now gotten himself his century at Headingley, 101 unbeaten. KL Rahul now moving up to 113. And Joe Root is bowling at Headingley as well. He's in his third over so far. India 270 for 3. As a pretty unorthodox shot there from Rhodes, a low pull shot.
Yeah, it was a short arm jab into the leg sides. Robinson, again, going for that short stuff. There is protection out there, so it does seem a concerted plan to Rhodes, but he knew it was coming and the ball didn't quite get up. So, yeah, just jabbed it straight into the ground along the carpet all the way out to the fielder. Potentially going to be short ball to Ackerman as well.
Yeah, man coming across from the offside into leg. Ooh, another lowie there from Ollie Robinson. It's happened a few times when Robinson's been bowling. He's only exclusively bowled from the Finkel end so far today. There's a couple ones that either just haven't quite carried through, or that have been intended to be a shorter ball but haven't had quite the bounce up off of the deck to really trouble the strikers too much. As that one's a little bit more traditional, wider and fuller. But he's not a bowler that typically carries express pace, is Robinson. Not slow by any stretch of the imagination, but he's not one that you're kind of too worried about him firing deliveries in there. Rising up. There is Ackerman. But
his eyes lit up there.
Yeah.
Short and wide. Would have loved to have creamed that one away for 4.
Just didn't get quite the timing on that one, I don't think, from Ackerman. Right shot selection, I think, but again, with that sort of slight lack of pace that Ackerman, or that Robinson has. Oh, as that one darts in, slight question of leg side, and that's what the umpire agrees with.
Sliding down. Height as well, I think, is probably in question.
Well, it means it's just the 1 run from it, and the concerted appeal from the Sussex bowling attack that's fallen on empty ears. 115 for 2. Hudson Prentice, unsurprisingly, to continue from the Lumley end. Been bowling very, very strongly through the day. When you look up at a scoreboard and you see that your economy rate is underneath 1, that's generally a pretty strong indication that you're having a good day with the ball in hand.
It's not bad. Especially when you can pick up a wicket as well. Rhodes trying to free the arms. There's a gap between where he's just hit that at backward point and the man at short extra cover. There is that gap there, which is what he's trying to aim for, or behind square, as that fielder's sort of a more forward point kind of area. If he can try and get it through that gap, I think that's what Rhodes is trying to do. And that's a gimme. An absolute gimme from Will Rhodes. We're talking about Finn Hudson-Prentice being so economical and really allowing John Simpson some control in this game. Well, Will Rhodes has to go for 24 from 74, was out there for 103 minutes. And he was just looking to up the scoring a little bit. Had played a few nice cover drives and straight drives before, but in the end, a relatively tame dismissal, just chipping one straight to Dan Hughes at mid-wicket. Durham lose their 3rd in the session. Sussex have their 1st batting bonus point as they take control of this afternoon session.
Yeah, that is the last thing that you want if you are of a Durham perspective here this afternoon. Just as it looked like that Durham had started to steady themselves a little bit, get themselves back into control. Just a really, like you say, easy shot to throw the wicket away in, just half-hearted chip up towards Hughes. And it's deja vu all over again, just as Durham were rebuilding. It's another new batter to the crease. It's another new partnership that's going to have to start up. And it's the pocket rocket, as you described him, Robbo. It's Ollie Robinson that's making his way out.
Yeah, Durham's wicketkeeper has been a lock at number 5 since he made the move from Kent, even with that lean patch to start the year. Ryan Campbell and Alex Lees doubled down on their faith in Robinson when potentially some people were questioning whether he was too high in the order, maybe should have dropped down to 6. They were firm in their belief that he was the man at 5. 70 odd down at Hampshire, backed up. Oh, what a ball to get first up. Really jagging back in. Just on the top of the knee roll there. Yeah, it's one of those ones probably that's hit where the thigh pad just doesn't cover. But yeah, 70-odd down at Hampshire really got him back into the flow of things, backed up with his first century of the season here against Notts. Needs his side needs him here. If anything, just to get to the tee break without further damage. As he opens up the face down to Archer.
And once again, it's the Sussex voices that are the loudest. Just as they were starting to quieten down a little bit, they never really felt quite out of it. That partnership were 34 for that third wicket that has fallen. In comparison, the second wicket partnership for Sussex was 76, so double what Durham have been able to put up across wickets 2 and 3.
Wicket maiden for Hudson Prentice. 4 maidens in the game for him so far. Figures are 2 for 6. And he's got that Lumley end locked down.
Yeah, those are video game numbers. If you've ever seen them before, from Finn Hudson Prentice in those 8 overs that he's bowled so far, he's been absolutely incredible. As you say, locking down that Lumley end, him and Carson. And that's Robinson to continue, and he gets crunched straight down the ground once again by Ackerman. That's a couple of times that's happened to him, and now it's Ackerman once again that's going to have to take charge and try and help guide Durham to a healthy carve into the remaining 242 runs of this deficit.
Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating period of play as to how Durham are going to go about this spell. A lot of teams will obviously want to set in and re-establish, which there will be an element of that for Durham to do, but as you mentioned, they never really want to let the bowlers get on top of the game. So obviously got to have some game awareness of not throwing wickets away, but maybe just try and knock bowlers off their length if they can.
No ball from Robinson, who's not quite found himself so far at the start of this over. At 4, good reply in the preceding delivery, but now a no ball there, chalking a couple of extra runs onto the total. That's exactly what you're meaning there with Rob saying about just putting them off their length, putting them off of their tempo. There's once again a good recovery ball there from Robinson. And the term pathetic fallacy comes to mind as well as I look just slightly above the tree line over the Lumley end. The grey clouds and sky has rejoined us here at Chester Street.
Slip comes out.
Yeah, I saw that as well. That's Coles. It's come to sort of short mid off. And short goes Robinson. As Ackerman crouches and ducks out of the way. You got Clark there at short mid off. You have a regulation mid off and mid on. As Ackerman just defends down. You got a sort of a shorter mid-wicket in there as well. Silly mid on. Fly slip right over the shoulder as Ackerman suggests maybe bumping and running to keep him on the strike, but not enough carry on that delivery. So 4 and the no ball from that over. Durham trying to recover and climb 121 for 3.
Yeah, something that Ryan Campbell's talked about mainly, as you can see the clouds there, looking quite menacing over Chester Street, but something that Ryan Campbell's mentioned more so in relation to the blast, but it does apply to the county championship as well, is when one batter loses their wicket in terms of just making sure that they don't allow the pressure to build up. And Ollie Robinson doesn't want any pressure whatsoever. That is crunched through backward point for 4.
Yeah, lovely little shot. Just sort of rolled the wrists, threw it into the offside, carving straight through the kind of point region, and there was no real support out there for Hudson Prentice. First boundary that he's given up all day, as well as those numbers of 2 for 6, nearly double in just one simple stroke there from Robinson.
That one's tucked away leg side. Comfortable pair of runs for Robinson that time.
Yeah, again, another nice little shot, that one. Not trying to overhit it, not trying to do too much with the pace that Hudson Prentice is delivering in. Finding, funnily enough, that little gap that I think Will Rhodes was trying to find before he got dismissed.
Glorious again. Ollie Robinson is making this pitch look easy. He doesn't want to let Hudson Prentice settle to him. Crunches him for 10 off the first 3 balls of the over. That shot is probably trademark Ollie Robinson, a back foot cover drive.
This is a really, really great battle here to behold right now. You traditionally think that wicket falling, the new batter's going to try and take their time, settle themselves into the rhythm of the game, but Robinson, not at all. 2 boundary scoring shots so far.
Might get a third. Ibrahim does well to cut it off. It'll be a single. Hudson Prentice might breathe a sigh of relief that Robinson's off strike, but this is what we've spoken about, Ben, in terms of making Sussex have to reevaluate things, and they won't be doing a whole breakdown of, oh my God, Robinson's looking, what do we do? It's more so of a, okay, we just got to be wary that he's going to look to push the tempo. And Ackerman's no slouch either. Sandhu does well. Gets down, otherwise that was travelling to the rope as well.
Yeah, it goes back to the point I made about Durham just sort of being pressed up against the ropes or in the corner. It's the first real opportunity and the first real chance that we've seen Durham kind of throw some kind of counter jab Sussex's way, and just, like you say, not quite knock them completely off, but just have the equilibrium wobbled a little bit, just make them think, okay, I felt that one, I know that you're there, now let's continue to battle.
Yeah, 11 from the over, all from the bat of Ollie Robinson. Looks like for the first time this game we're going to see a bit of James Coles. This will be very interesting to see how Robinson goes about playing Coles. Obviously full of confidence after the magnificent 148. Not out. We'll see what sort of field Captain Simpson gives his secondary spinner.
Yeah, not had a a bad season so far with the ball. 9 wickets for him at the moment, equal 5th highest wicket taker for the side in the season, before Sussex got the ball in hand, of course.
I'm not advocating a slog sweep first ball or anything, but deep mid-wicket is open.
Well, if you're not, I am. Here's Cowles.
Oh,
it's not a slog sweep. It's a step away.
That is the definition of a loosener from Cole. Short and wide on the offside. Just a couple sweepers out there, one on each side so far.
Tries to dance down the crease a little bit, but that's Hughes there doing the fielding at sort of silly mid-on kind of range. That one's nicer. Out of the hand from Cowles, the lefty. Just a little bit straighter, just zipping down and getting towards middle and off. Again, Robinson quite active with his feet at the moment in this early exchange and sight with him against Cowles.
Yeah, Cole's just trying to find his line and length. Not really able to do that so far.
And that one driven on the up, and Robinson will stroll through for one and retain the strike. So a searching first over there from James Cowles just brings the 1 run from it. 133 for 3. Quick check-in on the test match action. The big partnership has been broken. Rishabh Pant has been dismissed. So Karun Nair is at the crease at the moment, 298 for 4. KL Rahul still there though, 120 not out at the moment of 227 deliveries that he's faced in the County Championship. Yorkshire recovered after losing their first wicket slightly.
I thought that was potentially going to be another boundary for
I did as well.
Robinson. It just looked effortless coming off the bat. There, Sandhu again doing well at mid-off to get round and cut it off.
Yeah, just paused in expectation, waiting for that one to evade the diving fielder at mid-off and for it to carry on its merry way. But not to be in this instance. Yorkshire, by the way, 53 runs they've put up in reply for the 1 wicket they've lost so far.
Oh. Wowee. One that jags up and takes the leaning edge from Robinson and just, luckily for him, evades the outstretched arm of Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, I think it's Ibrahim that's all the way down out here at fine leg towards the our immediate left-hand side in the commentary box that stood there with hands on head for quite a considerable amount of time. This has been good from the Sussex bowling attack, not bowing away from Ollie Robinson's positive start to life at the crease in this first innings. Still looking to try and search around him. 12 off 16 he is now. Ackerman at the non-strikers. 22 off 47 deliveries.
He's very keen to put bat on ball. Robinson. In this sort of environment, I think it probably brings out the best in him.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like that's quite a sort of hallmark of Ollie Robinson's game, especially through sort of last county championship season. I feel like I remember that quite a couple of games where he got himself into triple figures.
Yeah, the one that stands out for me is the knock he had against Essex, against Simon Harmonic. We touched on it earlier. Magnificent 198 that really just screamed exactly what you want from your wicketkeeper bat. Ended up being in a draw, but one that certainly left him, I think, buying a few beers at the after the game. New club best. PB as well, I think, is the rule that the guys up here have. Just that single from the over, 134 for 3. I think the rule is if you have a new PB, then it's your round at the bar. Makes it very interesting when James Minto scored 67 and he can't legally buy a drink. I think someone else might have had to slide him a card, but yeah, that sort of innings from Robinson is his trademark. The ones where he can, and the thing for me as well is he can really go through the gears. He can be your counter attack, your punchy wicketkeeper bat, or he can be the one that can play your more traditional style of innings, and then can really ramp it up as the game goes on.
Oh, big appeal.
Nothing
off of Coles, but no bat found from the following stroke that Robinson tried to play.
It's just typical, isn't it? You talk about someone and all their positivity, and then there's an appeal. But yeah, it was why he was such an ideal target for Durham, and again, I think it baffled Kent fans at the time. I think it baffles everyone who's a fan of county cricket why Kent allowed him to leave, and then subsequently why they allowed Jordan Cox to leave a summer later. Those two have certainly polled on the runs for their new clubs.
Dance down the ground and goes airborne. Couple of skips and to the rope from Ollie Robinson, proving us right in that sense, as opposed to talking him up and appeal swiftly following.
Yeah, he did have a quick look, I think, at the beginning of last over when just examining the field that Simpson was put into him. He did have a look and mentioned it that deep mid wicket, no one's back there. The closest fielder is Archer at sort of deep mid on. So managing to turn that delivery from Coles into a full toss and just gets it over traditional mid wicket.
Tries to dance down again, but this time either Coles was privy to it and changed the line up a little bit, or Robinson just mistimed his approach to try and send that kookaburra into lift-off. Last ball of this over. Stays in his crease, but times it well. Not going to get to the rope. There is a man covering out there in Ibrahim. But it will be the end of another positive over that's been led by Ollie Robinson. 5 from it. 139 for 3.
Again, I think these two work so well as a pair in terms of Ackerman is also more than happy to let Robinson have the strike. You know, he's obviously been around a lot. He recognises game situations, and no doubt when Ollie came out to Mill, that was probably the chat that those two had in terms of what Ollie was thinking of doing, and you know, just allows Ackerman to play that supporting role and trust his partner. And looks like Tom Haynes is going to get chucked the ball by his captain. So Simpson ringing the changes, trying to scamper another wicket as we come up towards tea. Been a very healthy over rate throughout this entire game so far. And Ollie Robinson welcomes Haynes into the attack with a long chase for Archer that the ball's going to win, opening the face down to third. And yeah, Robinson is not going to allow Simpson much breathing room in his role as captain. Lovely guiding the ball down to third.
And that's when you know that you're in real good touch as a batter, is that when you're starting to score from all parts of the ground as well. It's all well and good being able to do the traditional things right, get that good timing with your on drives, your off drives, shots square of the wicket, but if you can play behind you, then even better.
Carved away to the sweeper. Will be one. Yeah, just got one more over after this until the tea break in a session that up until about 25 minutes, half an hour ago, Sussex would have been very happy with, picking up those 3 wickets and the bowling bonus point. But Ollie Robinson has certainly provided some impetus for Durham. There'll just be a bit of food for thought for that Sussex group as they will head up in about 5 or 6 minutes to grab a quick drink. The thing from a Durham point of view is they need Robinson and Ackerman to just keep going, especially Robinson with how easy he's made it look to bat. You know, it's kind of the last thing you want is Robinson departing for 20 or 30. You want him to go on and make a big score. Saw Coles do that as Ackerman places that one out to Carson. No, it's all you need to try and make those scores count, but you know, still a relatively tight session from Sussex point of view. Durham yet to add 100 runs from it, 95 so far. Picked up the wicket of Alex Lees just 4 balls after lunch. As Robinson goes the aerial route. Lovely lofted extra cover drive from the pocket rocket, who moves to 27, and Durham 149 for 3.
Yeah, this has been really, really strong and really, really good from Ollie Robinson in particular. And as you say there, Rob, about giving Sussex a little bit of food for thought, because they would have walked into this tea break full of confidence. But now Robinson hitting a runner ball with 27 is travelling quite nicely at the moment. Ideally, you want this partnership to be worth at least around the 80-85 mark, and one of these two to potentially turn up as Coles continues in what should be the final over before the tea break. Continue with a little bit of left arm spin to Ackerman first off. Wide but slashed to the fielder. I think it looks like Ackerman here might just be wanting to see this over out to the tea break.
I think he fancies a drink. He fancies going in without losing his wicket.
Not without a cheeky little scoring shot. Lifting up that back foot, and that is 150 up for Durham as well. They've had to work for it. 50.4 overs, 200 minutes. It's taken to get that 150. Robinson tries to go off the back foot. We'll have one more ball to face. Sussex fielders slowly creeping on the offside.
Too short. Too short from Coles. Allows Robinson to carve one out. He'll be back on strike after the tea break, and he's provided some much needed oomph into this Durham innings. And that's not because they've been lacklustre with the bat. It's more so the fact that Sussex were incredibly disciplined with the ball after lunch break. Finn Hudson-Prentice picking up Alex Lee's fourth ball, and generally it's just been very, very tight from that Sussex group, and Robinson and Ackerman are the batters going to the tea break for the host. Emilio Gay was LBW to Jofra Archer, his first wicket in 4 and a bit years in the red ball, and Will Rhodes, who battled hard and just looking like he was getting going, chipped one up to Dan Hughes off Hudson Prentice, who has 2 of the 3 wickets. But as we mentioned, Ollie Robinson, he's looking like he's in the mood for some scoring fun, and Ackerman playing the foil for him as well. We'll be back in just around 20 minutes for the final session of day 2.
John, let's start. Great news coming out of Durham this week. We've been awarded a professional women's team. That's great news for the region, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, really pleased for them. Great shot in the arm for women's cricket, great shot in the arm for the club and everyone involved in it. Massive amount of work behind the scenes, and to see it bear fruit, it'd be just so good for if you were a young female cricketer in the North East now, you know you've got a pathway just exactly the same as the men have, really.
Let's go back 30 years. I guess it's exactly the same situation as the men's waiting 30 years ago.
Well, welcome back to Banks Homes Riverside for the final session of day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Sussex. Action reads 101 for 3 in terms of session individual total. Alex Lee's, Amelia Gay and Will Rhodes, the 3 to fall from a Durham perspective. Grace Thompson has picked up a wicket for England Women A against New Zealand down at Derby. To see Thompson going well as the players gently make their way to the edge of the boundary after the tea break. Hopefully, Ben, there'll be a little bit more impetus in this evening session after, for what 90% of that afternoon session was a bit of a slow-moving one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be poised to be an interesting close to day 2. Ollie Robinson came out with a lot of attacking intent and has pretty much continued that throughout the course of his stay so far. 27 runs off of 28 deliveries. There was a point during the back end of that lunchtime and afternoon session that Ollie Robinson was striking at a run of ball. Colin Ackerman pairing him as well at the moment. 24 not out of 55 deliveries, so certainly the more patient of the two. But I look down at the copious amounts of red ink that are on the two players' respective scoring lines. Both had 5 fours apiece as part of their respective 4 and 27 not out. So the two in the partnership at the moment look poised to continue on and maybe do a little bit more deeper digging into the hefty 200 run plus deficit still currently face. But that is not to say that the Sussex bowling attack is not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. It's been clean, it's been tight, it's been disciplined. Couple of small little anomalies here and there. Tom Haynes is only over so far, going for 10 runs. Finn Hudson-Prentice having one go for 11. Carson going for 9 here and there. But for the most part, it's been extremely controlled and disciplined. And I think it's Gurinder Sandhu that is going to start from that Lumley end.
Yeah, just something to keep an eye on. Ollie Robinson, I don't think, has taken the field after tea. Spotted Henry Crocombe still on as subfielder. We'll have to wait and see if that's a prolonged absence for Robinson, who of course is no stranger to some injury issues. Meanwhile, the Durham Ollie Robinson is going to face up after tea. Start with a lovely flick off the hips as that one was jabbed in short from Sandhu. Ackerman straight on to strike.
Yeah, the early part of this session will be very, very important. It became undone in the afternoon today when Alex Lees was dismissed with just the 4th ball of the session. Durham won't want to re-emulate that and throw any early unnecessary wickets away. It's certainly was the way that you could potentially describe Will Rhodes' dismissal. Sort of a loose looping shot to Hughes, who was waiting at close catching range. But Ackerman and Robinson looked like they were in control for the most part as they both came to the crease. I want to continue that as we head towards the end of the day's play. 31.5 overs still to go. Still 209 runs behind the 361 that Sussex put on throughout the entirety of yesterday's play, as well as the start of this morning.
Slightly fuller from Sandu, that ball. Dug out by the Dutchman. Yeah, would like to see Durham get a little bit more of a move on in this evening session. Try and make some inroads. Sussex will get, what would it be? A couple of overs with that second new ball tonight. That one's down the leg side and no harm done. 152 for 3. Yeah, it would be a couple of overs with that second new ball for Sussex tonight if they chose to take it. And I think it's just a case for Durham of, as we've spent a lot of time talking about how they're going to set up this game. So far today, it's sort of just drifted away, and maybe that is the plan, I don't know, but hopefully we'll see a bit more run scoring. Jofra Archer's going to return for a third spell.
Yeah, and Simpson there had come all the way down from his position behind the stumps to have a conversation with Archer here as well. Essentially looking at some extra kind of different strategy that they can utilise to dislodge Robinson. At the start of this evening session, Carson was in there in conversation as well. That's Clark to Jofra Archer's right-hand side in at mid-on as well. Oh, and feathers. Quick look back there from Archer and a half sort of return appeal of, well, how is that to the umpire? But nothing really to persuade the finger to go up and Robinson to be sent on his way. Oh, that was an edge, though. And it's just not quite carried enough to Simpson, who dove back down to his left-hand side and more kept it from going behind him as opposed to turning it into a catching chance there. Shot off the outside edge of Robinson's bat. Already Jofra Archer 2 balls into his third spell. He's hunting for another wicket. Shout predominantly from the slip, but there was a lot of bat involved in that one as well. But just as it is important for the Durham batters to kick on here with this strong platform that Robinson has set up alongside Ackerman, it's going to be equally as important for Sussex to get back to where they left off and start bowling cleanly, tightly, and searching around, asking those questions. Archer going to retake his position. 2 balls left to deliver in this spell. Full up, squirts off the toe, and it's going to squirt quite nicely down towards third man, all the way to the boundary rope. And Robinson, maybe not necessarily a deliberately scoring shot, but it's a scoring shot nonetheless. And it's a boundary off of Jofra Archer. Takes him to 33 now off 35 deliveries. Ollie Robinson, Ackerman on 24 off 60. And that one down the leg side, and that might just race away as well. Be given as leg byes, so won't be credited to Ollie Robinson's name, but it will alleviate and continue on the total. 160 for 3. Play going to start to get back underway as well across the rest of the games in the county championship. Hampshire 193 for 4. Chelmsford at the moment still trailing by 103 runs.
Well, hello to you, Colin Ackerman. Absolutely minced that through straight mid-wicket for 4. Back of a length from Sandu. Ollie Robinson is now back on the pitch. The Sussex Ollie Robinson, after a couple overs off to start the session. And yeah, just Ackerman just leant into that and dealt it to the boundary. Deficit moves under 200.
Love the reaction of fine leg in particular. There.
Oh, just stood there, was like similar to Matthew Potts yesterday when one got sent his way. He was just like, I could not see that. This one, Ackerman rocks off the back foot and onto, well, out to Tom Haynes, who started in the slips, is now out boundary riding. That's the 50 partnership between Robinson and Ackerman. Unsurprisingly, Robinson is the main perpetrator of those runs, 33 of them, but a 50 partnership in just 60 deliveries and just a touch over half an hour. Some much needed impetus for the hosts. That one will beat Hughes on the dive at mid-wicket.
Yeah, this is a really important and strong passage of play here that Robinson and Ackerman are delivering, continuing on from the mentality that they had towards the back end of that afternoon session. That 50 partnership going to be extremely crucial now with that one run that they've scampered through for.
Better length and line there.
That one run, they've equalled the highest partnership of this first batting innings, that 51 initial run stand that Lees and Gay put together. I just said before the tea break that these two need to try and carry their partnership to sort of 85 plus, ideally at the least. And even better if one of these two can head on over to a 3-digit score. Robinson looking the most likely at the moment in terms of just raw power and aggression that he's generating. 34 or 37 for him now, but Ackerman still just going about his work, just casually 29 off of 64.
That's nice from Ackerman. Chase on for the Sussex Ollie Robinson. And good running as well. He'll be 3. Played out into the vacant mid-wicket region. So a very productive over for Durham. 9 from it. 169 for 3. Both batters moving into the 30s.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about, wasn't it, Rob? About wanting these two to try and kind of kick on and not sit back on themselves. Something that maybe Gay and Rhodes were slightly guilty of when you look at their sort of scoring rates after they were dismissed. Gay 37 off 97 and Rhodes 24 off 74. So they took a little while to get to those points.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it was disciplined bowling, but there's definitely some times where you thought it could have, scoring rate could have been upped, but then also feeds into the bringing bowlers back for spells. So multiple ways to look at it, but looking like these two right now want to put a bit of a move on. As you mentioned, Sussex would get a couple overs with the second new ball tonight if they took it straight away. Depending on the workload, that's a sharp bouncer from Archer. Depending on the workload, potentially Simpson might just leave it for the evening and take it first thing tomorrow morning, but Durham don't really want to allow the game to drift in this final session. They want to put their stamp on things.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision that Simpson's going to have to make. My initial kind of thought and reaction would be, well, if you're only going to get it for a couple of overs this evening, why kind of burn it straight away? As Archer bowls slightly back of a length there. Maybe took a little bit off of it for Ackerman as well. Yeah, my initial thought would be, if it's only going to be sort of 2 or 3 overs, then doesn't feel like there's really too much point in taking it straight away. If it was 7 or 8 overs, then maybe I'll be a little bit more tempted. 10, absolutely, you might as well take it and see if you can get 1 or 2 quick wickets before the end of the day's play. But for the sake of 2 or 3 overs, it feels like taking it start of tomorrow morning. As Ackerman goes crunch. Beautiful shaped on drive from Colin Ackerman. Hits the boundary rope for 4.
That was a hit me ball from Archer. One of the first real bad balls he's bowled all afternoon. It wasn't one or the other. It wasn't short. It wasn't really attacking the stumps. It was just kind of sat up nicely, and Ackerman obliged.
And so Archer replies with a ball right back on the stumps. But yeah, especially with there being the potential sort of threat or worry of there being any sort of weather that's going to affect tomorrow's play at all as well. You're going to want to try and get those wickets in bunches while you have the guarantee of play happening. So I'll be a little bit surprised, I think, if Simpson decides to just snap take the new ball, as that's fired more towards leg side, but not enough on it for Ackerman to be able to guide away. So just that drive as the only scoring shot of that over, but the runs continue to tick. Durham 173 for 3. Let's dive back into the other games around the county championship, shall we? Warwickshire 51 for 1 as they resume after tea. Somerset all bowled out finally for 498 in their first batting innings. Surrey 261 for 6. Reliably informed that quite a few wickets have fallen in bunches there at Worcester, who put up 214 in their first innings. Yorkshire 67 for 1. Recovered quite nicely after an early wicket falling there, but they still trail Nottinghamshire by 420.
Oh, that is a remarkable take from John Simpson, diving away behind the stumps, but it's got to be said that's another relatively soft dismissal for a Durham batter, Ollie Robinson, who had batted really nicely since coming out after the wicket of Will Rhodes. He's just down the leg side. He's just strangled one through off Sandhu, who picks up his first wicket for the club. Durham now 173 for 4.
Yeah, that one stings. It's a bit of a needless shot there. Delivery was already kind of going down towards the leg side, it looked like, and Robinson just kind of helps it on. And like you say, take nothing away from the fantastic take from the captain, John Simpson, diving to his left-hand side, able to grab it and rewards the hard work that Gurinder Sandhu has done, really, as well. He's toiled away and has finally got himself a wicket as well. It's going to bring Clark out to the crease. And once again, we're back in the situation where it just looked like that Durham was starting to get a toe or two in front, or at least back onto level playing field, and the strong Sussex bowling has erased a lot of the hard work.
Yeah, very frustrating from a Durham point of view. Sussex won't have a care in the world about that, though. They'll be more than happy that they've seen the back of the dangerous Ollie Robinson. Yeah, an opening 20 minutes after tea, which looked to have been one that Durham were trying to set up. Now it's just a little check from the visitors. They had just put 2 mid-wickets in there, which are going to stay in there for Clark. So it's pretty telegraphed that the plan was going to be to bowl straight. Not the best delivery from Sandhu to get the wicket, but again, he won't mind a jot about that. And yeah, just once again, progress checked.
So in steps Graham Clark, who, before Durham picked up the bat earlier on today, was the highest individual run scorer for the club so far this county season.
Almost suffers the same fate as Robinson. One fired in on middle and leg and moving further down the leg side and almost just tickles it through to Simpson.
Yeah, Durham have to gather themselves here. Now that we said about a good sign that they were wanting to continue where they left off and not settle themselves in. But now that game situation has changed, and Clark there trying to chase after a delivery that just undone one of your teammates not 2 balls before. Definitely a sign there that Ackerman just needs to go in at the change of innings, or the change of overs, to just sort of guide his fellow partner, his fellow teammate. Just say we're still on 188 runs down here. We've got 6 wickets in the shed, absolutely, but we don't want to be giving them away too easily. And again, returning to that potential new ball conversation, inviting Sussex an excuse to go, okay, Durham say 6 down by the time that new ball becomes available. Do we take it and see if we can nip one before the end of the day's play?
Inside edge to end a successful over from Sandhu, his first wicket for his new club and a maiden as well. 173 for 4.
Let's have a look over in Division 2, shall we? North Ants, 197 for 4, trailing Middlesex by 216 runs after they put 413 as their first innings total. Leicestershire, 243 for 2, travelling very well at the moment, but still 110 runs behind Glamorgan's 353. Derbyshire, 395 for 9, still trying to extend their lead as much as they possibly can. They're currently 208 ahead against Glamorgan. They're still at tea, it looks like. And Lancashire, with their heavily rain-affected end to play yesterday, have finally dismissed Kent, all out for 374. Lancashire currently 19 for nothing as they begin their first innings. Archer continuing to bowl to Ackerman. They'd love to see him sent back on his way into the pavilion sooner rather than later. And start to get at that tail. Delayed Drizzell, Rain, Potts and Connors still to come.
That is the thing from a Durham point of view. The lower middle order is strong. You know, Delayed, Drizzell and Rain are all more than capable with the bat, but you don't want to be constantly having to rely on your lower middle order to get you the chunk of the runs. As Sussex last two wicket partnership showed, adding 104, this pitch is still good for batting. Durham need to make the most of it.
Yeah, and I think again it's another sort of hallmark of sort of Australian cricket culture of having, or even modern cricket culture in general, of having that sort of long tail. You think about the sort of the Australian Test team, guys like Pat Cummins being very, very accomplished with the bat, Mitchell Stark being no slouch, Josh Hazlewood, even Nathan Lyon chipping in with some heroics every now and then. Certainly modelled after that kind of fashion with the line-up construction from Ryan Campbell. But as you say, despite the strength of that lower middle order, you're not going to want to sort of rely on them to get the chunk of the runs. Last ball to come here from Archer's third over of his third spell. That's a good tight delivery. One bounce and right back to him. Back-to-back maidens for Sussex, with the latter one being a wicket maiden. 173 for 4.
Mentioned Grace Thompson has her first England A wicket. Phoebe Turner has joined her. So Durham girls going well in their England A game against New Zealand A down at Derby. Sussex going to go with those two mid-wickets. Sandu to Clark. Shouts for LBW. Think the umpire signalling going down.
Tell you what, that looked close though. That looked very close. Sandu still in conversation with the umpire as he returns back to his mark. The man behind in Captain Simpson, and that's Coles that's in the floppy hat and the slip certainly very, very interested. Definitely be interested to see it back, because it looks close on first watch at the very least. But Clark continues on. Sandhu will have to work just that little bit harder.
Dropped out into the offside.
Players resumed as well over at Headingley in the first test of England against India. India cruising at the moment in their second innings, 332 for 4. And in fact,
You've just jinxed it. As Graham Clark gets underway, nicely timed crunch through backward point for his first runs of the innings. Maybe just tiring a little bit, Sandhu. No real venom in that delivery, and Clark able to push that away.
yeah, just as that ball was being delivered, and as Clark got himself on the board, KL Rahul was removed from it. Bryden Cass forcing Rahul to drag on, or getting Rahul to drag on to his own stump, so he departs the crease for a very well played 137. So it's 332 for 5 for India in their second innings at Headingley.
One ball left of Sandhu's 12th over. Defended by Clark. Just that punch through point for 4. The runs off the over, 177 for 4.
Yeah, much needed shot there from Clark to get himself going. And Ackerman will be reminding him of that fact that, you know, we need to dig in, of course, and make sure that we are here for as long as possible to frustrate and make those Sussex bowling attack work. But we also need to make sure that run rate doesn't drop back down again. Currently just a tick over 3 runs and over that Durham are travelling at. Got to as low as about 2.6, 2.5 kind of range when Lee's departed. Archer bowls. Ackerman tries to drive on the up. Put it straight back to the England international. He's bowled very well in his return to first-class cricket. First time in over 4 years. And he's had the red ball in hand, and so far in his 14th over of work across 3 spells. 1 for 27, 6 maidens in that time as well. There's a good leave from Ackerman there. But he's been good. He's been strong on return. A couple of little location issues early on, where that was potentially just sort of nerves or a bit of ring rust still on him as well. But from there, has been pretty clean. The one slight anomaly in the 11th over, and he was hit for 4, and then 4 leg byes from Ollie Robinson. So that one shapes into Ackerman that time. Hughes, I think there. That's the one that's doing the clapping, standing on sort of not quite silly mid-on, but not quite mid-wicket. It's just kind of shorter mid-wicket, right on that extra pitch to the right-hand side from our angle. So that one slightly darting towards the leg side, and Ackerman will happily tuck that off of the hip. Go through for one and onto the non-striker's end. Good length there from Archer, and he's been starting to mix things up a little bit as he's been bowling a little bit longer and a little bit more in these spells. He had 4 overs in the first spell and 6 overs in the second, probably helped out by the fact that he got himself that first wicket, trapping Emilio Gay with LBW. Now is continuing on with his work quite well. Just the 1 run from that one. Durham trailing by 183 runs still against Sussex, 178 for 4.
You're going to see some spin again from the Lumley end. Looks like... Actually, I beg your pardon. It's going to be a change for Finn Hudson Prentice. Simpson calling for the helmet to stand up to his bowler. 10 overs, 2 for 18 so far for him. He'll be quite glad that Ollie Robinson's out the way. He took a bit of a liking to him before tea. Had really done well to keep an end relatively quiet before Robinson tried to end it. It's going to be Ackerman has first go at him in this evening session. Still just that 1 slip.
Yeah, great numbers for Finn Hudson Prentice if you take out that 9th over of his work that he bowled. 10.1 overs now with that first delivery. 2 for 18 with 4 maidens. If you take into consideration that 11 of those runs came in that over that Ollie Robinson decided to tee off. It's been very, very strong from that Lumley end. And that's exactly what I think that Sussex are going to want here. That nice, safe end that Finn Hudson Prentice is now going to patrol. And just allow the likes of Archer and Robinson, maybe Carson again from this end, and the Finkel end, to maybe be a little bit more explorative in how they try and remove Ackerman in particular, but they can get Clark out of the way as well. Don't think they'll be too disappointed with it. It's good again from Finn Hudson-Prentice. That wind continuing to just sort of bluster around Chester Street. Still moving from what is now right to left from the angle that you have at the moment.
Hudson Prentice returns with a maiden. Looks like double change. James Coles is going to take over from Jofra Archer. And to be honest, he didn't really provide consistent line and length in the overs he bowled before tee. And if he can't do the same afterwards, I would like to see Durham try and get after him and just try and tick this game along. Deficit currently 183, just approaching halfway to it on 178 for 4. But again, as we've spoke about in the afternoon session, you can't just allow bowlers to set in. Got to try and pick them off where you can.
Yeah, and it's that traditional kind of cricketing approach as a batter, trying to attack the spin where you can. And as you say with Coles, despite what the numbers say, 3 overs, none for 8, 2.5 runs and over on average, wasn't quite delivering with consistency as Clark steps away and swats it through the offside, but there's a man that's going to go ahead and meet it in Ibrahim. Tries to step forward there, does Ackerman, who is playing with that leg slip in play, back behind him just over his left shoulder. And there, maybe just a little show of turn there, going in towards Ackerman. That started and pitched certainly sort of outside the line of leg stump. Quick over from Coles, and a slightly wayward one, but not on the scoreboard. Just the 1 run from it, 179 for 4.
Hudson Prentice continues his tidy work.
Just favouring his right arm there, just in his elbow joint. I'll make sure he's not sort of overexerted himself here.
It doesn't look entirely comfortable.
No. It's just sort of letting it dangle a little bit now after trying to stretch it out. Maybe it's just a little instance of cramp or something like that from after taking that tea break and not having bowled either side of it.
Is that man it's Tom Clark in at short recovery. He's getting a lot of work right now. Colin Ackerman in the last Hudson Prentice over. There's been a lot of drives thrown that way that if it wasn't for Clark there, would have added a considerable chunk of runs, but it would have just been fairly comfortable for Clark to deal with. Graham Clark plays that to Archer.
Yeah, and I imagine that will likely have been something that will be in the preparation or in the scouting report, keeping an eye on some of those shots that Ackerman likes to play or is most comfortable being able to play.
Yet again, picks out Clark in the cover. Okay, you can see on your screen that still not moving with complete freedom is Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, it'll be a real blow if it is something a little bit more serious. Now he's just stretching out. Looked like maybe his calf there before this run up.
That's going to hurt even more. A really tidy over from Hudson Prentice ends with a slash from Graham Clark down to the vacant third boundary. Clark moves into should be 13, I think. No, it is 9.
I've got him down as 9.
It'd be 183 for 4.
Just be keeping an eye as well on.
I think they definitely think that's probably going to be the end of his spell. I think he's just had a word with his captain, who has probably told him just to take a bit of a breather.
There is a more controlled slash there from Clark to welcome Coles back in again for another over. I was just keeping an eye on to see whether he was going to head back or head up to the pavilion, but still on the ground, just at the sort of fly slip, and Clark goes to a pretty similar area Ackerman just played into. Now moving him into double-digit figures, 10 off 22. Ackerman guides that one down after Coles just dragged that delivery down. Quickly update you that there is an innings break at Bristol. Derbyshire have lost their final wicket in their first innings against Gloucestershire. Down in Division 2, so they finished on 398, meaning that's a 211 run lead against Gloucestershire after they set 187 in the first innings. Heading up on that one is Ackerman again. That's a good stop. Although now that's another man that's just pulled up a little limper, but might be okay to continue. 3 runs off of that Coles over, 186 for 4.
It is going to be Hudson Prentice continuing. He's handed his jumper to the umpire.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's continuing on here, at least from the visual cues and indications that we're seeing. Might just be a case of we're maybe reading a little bit too much into it, but
Good running. Quick tap and run from Ackerman, who moves to 40. Called clock through there.
yeah, that's another example of what we were talking about earlier, about making sure that run rate didn't really dip too far low, while still trying to allow these two to kind of figure out their positions in the partnership.
Graham Clark, the first real sign of aggression, pulling a pretty innocuous delivery from Finn Hudson-Prentice away to the square leg boundary.
It was a compact shot there from Clark as well, not really letting the hands free up too much. Quite typical of how you kind of hit inside pitches in baseball, keeping your body shape nice and tight.
Similar shot. Same result. Ollie Robinson really should have stopped that. Very half-hearted effort, really, from the Sussex bowler. Clark gets back-to-back boundaries, and already Durham have taken 9 from the over. There's no real excuse for not stopping that one.
Yeah, it wasn't as airborne as the previous shot was. It was more kind of a, not necessarily a dribbler, but definitely glided along the turf for a little bit more of a sustained period of time. And Robinson coming across and around from what was deep square leg is now being asked to come up a little bit shorter, maybe in response to that attempted effort.
So Graham Clark decides third's open. I'll just hit it down there. 12 runs in 3 balls for the Cumbrian, who's moved very quickly to 22.
Just as I was saying about both of these players trying to figure out their positions in this partnership, Clark says, you know what, this run scoring thing sounds like it's quite fun. 3 boundaries in a row off of this Hudson-Prentice over, who has been quite clean for the most part.
Comes out of it with a dot, but 13 from it. 199 for 4. As the wind picks up once more here at Chester Street.
Strong over. Very, very strong and important over there from Clark in particular. Making sure that they don't fall into that same situation, Durham, of allowing the game to just slightly get out of their stretch a little bit. Drag it back in with a big over there. Now the onus is on Ackerman, who's on 40, unbeaten at the moment, to play his part from the opposite end. At the moment, up against James Coles. This is his 3rd over of his 2nd spell. At the moment is happy to play slightly back seat to Clark's work. But at what point does he decide to go? Ooh, wanted it there. Step forward and trying to just sort of loft that delivery, but I think got more dust than lift off on that kookaburra. As there's the sweep. Is the man going to carry around in time? No, he is not. And Ackerman will get himself a boundary. First in quite some time as well for him. His last 4 scoring shots have all just been singles. And there is the 200 up as well for Durham. They move to 203 for 4. Darted into the ground to finish. So just that boundary off of the over. But it does mean that Durham have forced that deficit to be over halfway through. 158 runs they still trail by. 203 for 4.
There was just a 1 extra over for Hudson Prentice. He's going to be replaced by Tom Clark from the Lumley end. Cole's taking a very similar approach to what we saw from Carson, kind of that really loopy extra flight, trying to get the batter to just prod at one and take the edge, but nothing doing. It's going to be some right arm medium pace from Sussex's number 3. Graham Clark meets his namesake with a pull through mid-wicket for 4.
Crunch. That was a lovely shot there from Graham Clark. And is continuing on the ambition that Ollie Robinson was showing before tea as well. He moves that now to 26 off 27.
Good response from Clark, but this is definitely, this is no disrespect to Tom Clark, but this is the type of bowler that Durham do need to be getting after if they're trying to put some pressure back onto Sussex. This is one that they should be targeting. Ooh. Inside edge onto the pad. Could have ended up anywhere.
Yeah, always a horrible feeling as a batter when you feel the bat on the ball, but you don't hear the ball going very, very far or see it going very far. You think, okay, where on earth has that ended up? But thankfully for Clark, it's fallen safely for him.
There's a bit of movement in there from Clark.
It's been a good response after being pulled away for 4 on the first delivery. That's been something we've seen quite often from a lot of these Sussex bowlers, is they get sent to the boundary rope and then they'll reply back with a couple of sustained balls of quality and not letting it get too far away from them. Have been a couple of instances where it has happened twice to Finn Hudson Prentice. Tom Haynes, his only over, going for 10. Carson's first one going for 10 as well, but for the most part, they've been pretty resilient.
Yeah, and it was a very good comeback after that first ball. With just the 4 runs from the 6 balls, 207 for 4.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how many overs that Tom Clark is going to be allowed, as well, as there's quite a concerted huddle that's still around the Finkel end stumps. What is that? You had Tom Clark, you had Simpson over there, Sandu, I think that's Hughes that was also joining in the conversation. I might have just been talking about that, just exactly how many overs that they want to try and get out of Clark before they either bring Robinson back into the attack, maybe look at Jofra Archer again. Haven't seen Jack Carson in a while. Haynes, Coles, sorry, is going to continue. Slashed away and timed it well. There is cover out there in the form of Ibrahim, but Ackerman will be able to get back for 2. He's played patiently throughout this innings. It's become the rock, really, that Durham have needed to make sure that this hasn't gone too far away from them. Some handy help from those that have fallen around him. Ackerman managed to get that one away for 1. Cole's pretty visceral reaction as well, seeing that one get sent through the offside. Clark trying to send that one with a whip into the mid-on kind of region, but there was 2 men there to help cover. One more ball then for Coles to deliver and to complete his 7th over of the day. Clark gives himself a little bit of room. Controlled shot through the offside. Means that he is going to retain the strike. End of the over. 4 off it. 211 for 4. It's a minimum of 16 overs still remaining in the day's play. Deficit now managed to get down to 150. Which, considering some of the wickets that have lost and the way that some of those dismissals have been accomplished as well, it's not the worst situation in the world, I don't think.
Short to ball, jabbed into the pitch. Pulled around the corner by Clark.
And again, this is what you're going to sort of need to see throughout the remainder of the day's players. Clark and Ackerman just sort of rotating the strike quite healthily. Run rate now up to 3.2 and over. these two can potentially see out the rest of the day's play, then I think that Ryan Campbell and the Durham side won't be sort of overtly ecstatic with the way that the day has been carried out, especially with allowing Sussex maybe an extra 10, 15 minutes than they potentially should have this morning with their final wicket.
That's nicely played from Graham Clark. A nice cut. He'll go to the boundary, and he's moved on to 32.
And when your number 6 man is playing shots like that this late on in the day, you certainly won't be disappointed with that at all. So I think the aim of the game for Durham here, let these two bat out the rest of the day.
Good stop from Carson. Clark was looking to go back to back. That one was deliberately fine. Just opened up the face. But it's a good stop from the Sussex spinner.
Yeah, very well deserved of the appraisal there of James Coles that had come out of slip cord and around to give him his dues.
Clark picks out Archer on the fence as Coles had just moved to the vacant boundary for that last ball.
Yeah, strong over there from a Durham offensive point of view. 7 runs from it. Takes Durham to 218 for 4, and the deficit down to 143. As elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey have lost their final wicket. 291 is what they'll have to be content with at the end of their first innings. A 77-run lead is what they will carry through to Worcestershire's second innings as they prepare themselves. Warwickshire 91 for 1, losing their first wicket in their first innings, trailing a massive 407 runs. The Somerset target that was set. Coles to continue from the Finkel end. That one just stayed true on Clark there, but he did well to give himself a little bit of room and push it out into the offside. No regulation slip in play to either of these two batters. Both just got the leg slip in behind them. But a heavy offside field.
It's very tight to the umpires, as Coles in his run up. Very similar to what we see from Archer. Almost brush his shoulders with him. Going down. An appeal of hope rather than expectation.
Yeah, I think also the evidence there, seeing that Ackerman sort of stepped back across as well to try and allow himself to play. Yeah, it is interesting how close his run-up line is to the umpire. And there is that vacancy in the leg side though, and Ackerman will be able to retain the strike for the next over. 2 runs from it, 220 for 4. Other games around in Division 1. Hampshire trailing now just by 63 runs against Essex after they set 296 in the first innings. Hampshire 233 for 4. We mentioned about Warwickshire at 91 for 1 against Somerset. And Surrey currently in the innings break against Worcestershire. Yorkshire have lost their second wicket. They're 104 for 2 against Nottinghamshire, chasing 487. Davin Milan has just been called to the crease. Is one off 9. Finley Bean, 56 off 134 currently.
Maybe going to see some short stuff here for Colin Ackerman, who's on 49. One away from another half century. And it is the short ball. So much so that square leg umpire is just going to jog over. Make sure he's out of the line of fire, and also to double check that Sussex have got their field correct. Seen a couple of no balls this season for too many fielders behind square on the leg side. And that will be 50 for Colin Ackerman. Other Durham batters have got starts but got out. He's got a start and he's made his way to 50 with 8 fours off 115 deliveries. Out there just over 2 hours. Come up to 2.5, and Ryan Campbell will need his number 4 to dig a bit deeper and go a bit further on. This side still trailed by 140 on first innings. Yeah, this is the only negative thing with the short ball plan, is that it's so telegraphed. Batters can almost instinctively just rock onto the back foot straight away and make sure that they don't take any undue risks. And with this field, you'll need to, if you are going to take it on, you need to make sure you're going up to down rather than down to up. Or alternatively, you can just stab it into the offside. That works as well. Yeah, 50 partnership now between Clark and Ackerman. Another 50 partnership for Durham. But as I mentioned, just got starts, and just when you think that they're going to crack on, they're normally been disrupted. So you've got 2 fielders directly in line of each other at square leg and deep backward square. Clark slaps that on an under edge down to Coles at third. You've got Jack Carson at, not even sure what really to call that. It's a square point, really. You've got Jofra Archer boundary riding in front of the Daffabet stand. Mid on, mid off. And yeah, those 2 fielders at square leg. Ibrahim's at very fine leg, and Finn Hudson-Prentice is sort of dissecting Robinson and Ibrahim. So 4 singles from it, 50 for Ackerman, 50 partnership between Ackerman and Clark. And maybe a very planned short ball ploy to continue from that Lumley end.
Yeah, 2 important milestones there. First personal for Ackerman, first individual 50 that Darren Batter has been able to reach in this first innings, and then another 50 partnership, the third of the collective innings. So, as you say, it's important now that they don't just sort of stall out and that they are able to kick on. Coles continuing again from this Finkel end. This is going to be the 6th over that he's going to bowl in this spell. Just guiding this up towards Clark at the moment. It took a little while to get himself going, but it was really that last Finn Hudson-Prentice over that gave him the opportunity to start to express himself. Back-to-back-to-back fours in what will be the last that we see of Finn Hudson-Prentice so far today. Clark now just trying to give himself a little bit of room to work in, dancing around the crease. And this time stays on. And just like that, bit of a rarity over recent overs, a maiden for Sussex bowlers. Durham batters will not mind that, however. Score remains 224 for 4.
Absolutely fizzed through that. Just looking at something on my phone, and I look up and he was already on the last ball of the over. Like, where did that go?
Yeah, he's a quick operator, is James Coles. Efficient, I think, would be the word that you use for it as well. Not quite gotten the breakthrough so far, but has been sort of slowly settling into his rhythm.
Change of angle, round the wicket. This is where it could be painful for Tom Clark if, as you mentioned, it's so telegraphed with everybody out that, and especially he's coming around the wicket, Colin Ackerman may just choose to duck out the way. And it almost feels pointless. Instead, he's going to pull it in front of square.
Yeah, it's difficult with that short ball, and even from a batting side perspective to play on this short ball, you're not necessarily getting sort of as much height on it that you'd like. And that some batters like to, if the ball's riding up high enough.
Oh, just doesn't carry to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Graham Clark gets away with one. Picks up 4 and goes to 40, but not the most convincing, and Sussex almost given a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, just dropped in front there, didn't it? Did all the hard work to try and get around and into the flight of the ball, but by that point in time it was already dipping too fast.
Just got to stay switched on here, Durham. Don't mind going for it, but there's a difference between going for it and being reckless.
Yeah, especially when you look over at that scoreboard, minimum of 11.2 overs to play today.
Again, taking it on and getting through for single. It's more so the deficit I'm looking at, still 130 odd behind.
We said at the start of the day, didn't we, Rob, that probably the best case scenario and the idea for Durham here would be to bat throughout the entirety of today and then well into tomorrow.
Quick single taken. Shifts it round one more on the last ball of the over. 231 for 4. Deficit now exactly 130. But yeah, just got to be sensible here as we approach what should be the final. What do you reckon? 45 minutes to an hour or so of play. Just got to make sure you're still in the game. Speaking of staying in the game, Worcestershire are struggling to do that in their second innings, currently 8 for 2.
Wow.
Against Surrey as the 3-time champions look to make light work of their opposition. You have to say if Worcestershire lose that one, then really does spell danger for them as they look to stay up. Hampshire 249 for 4. They're looking in good touch down at Chelmsford. Warwickshire currently 111 for 1.
Oof. Half a shout of catch it, and that's why that leg slip is in play.
To be honest, there should not have been a single there either. It's going to go as a leg by, but should not have been allowed to scamper through there.
No, absolutely not. I agree with you. Just runs away from the man there.
Yorkshire 118 for 2. Still trailing by 369 against Nottinghamshire after Liam Patterson-White propelled them with some late or lower order hitting. Gloucestershire 20 without loss against Derbyshire, still trailing by mammoth 190 as they get their second innings underway. Really going to have to try and battle hard to stay in that game. That is short and punished by Colin Ackerman. Pulled away through mid-wicket, 237 for 4.
Yeah, great shot. Great shot there from Ackerman. Continuing on from his 50. That'll be what Durham are looking for as well to continue on. Get themselves that good, solid individual total to launch into through the rest of these remaining overs. And then into what they're going to hope will be the majority of tomorrow as well, and get the bowling attack ready to do their best to either get through the Sussex batting order entirely or limit the damage to a situation where they can make up those final runs needed on day 4. Clark's going to continue on with the short stuff from the Lumley end.
Graham Clark just a bit more of a level-headed approach to the bumpers after almost falling foul last over. Lancashire making a solid start, 61 without loss. They are against Kent. Northamptonshire 265 for 5, still trailing by 148, so I have avoided the follow-on against Middlesex. And Leicestershire really strong against Glamorgan, 315 for 2, It's trailing by just 38 now on first innings. They're looking to pick up another victory in their quest to return to Division 1. Tilak Varma going nicely on debut for Hampshire, 85 from 216. Him and Liam Dawson, 58 from 107. Fair few people would rather see Liam Dawson up at Headingley right now than down at Chelmsford, but that's not how the ECB see it. One ball left in this Clark over. Just been watchful from Graham Clark. Almost falls foul for the last ball. And here's a maiden, 237 for 4. Speaking of Headingley, Josh Tongue has decided he's blown away the Indian lower order. Currently 352 for 9. They are leading by 358.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a collapse there from the Indian lineup.
Yeah.
Rishabh Pant with that 118, Kale roll of the 187, but from there, Karun Nair caught and bowled by Wokes, Shadul Thakur caught by Root, bowled by Tong, Mohammad Siraj, Golden Duck, caught behind, and then Jasprit Bumrah bowled from just 2 deliveries. As Coles is going to continue again here from this Finkel end. Into
Wind's causing a bit of havoc.
yeah. Coles into over number 11 here, just getting through those overs quite nicely from the Finkel end. I wonder if we'll see a return to pace from this end before the day is out. But for the meantime, Coles is holding down this end quite nicely. Maiden over 2 overs ago. Got that hit for 5 in the last one. At the moment, it's doing quite nicely to just prevent Colin Ackerman from doing too much with the bat. Once again, another quick over from Coles, but a tidy one. It's another maiden. And Durham continue on 236 for 4.
Durham second, currently 355 for 8 at Polo Farm. Potentially end of play there. 50s from Will LaFontaine Jackson. Wilf LaFontaine Jackson. Scott Borthwick, Mitch Killeen and Callum Parkinson. It's going to be a change of bowling and Ollie Robinson back into the attack. And with just 5 overs till that second new ball, that would indicate to me, Ben, that I don't think Simpson is quite keen on taking it tonight.
No, and I agree with him. I said earlier on in this evening session that I think for the sake of 2 or 3 overs, you might as well save it, allow the batters that are out there to take the night.
I think it also says a lot about how the pitch is playing. It's quite slow. It's been hard work today, and Sussex going to this bumper ploy. Indication of just how hard it is to try and grab wickets
Yeah, they haven't, despite them having fallen throughout the day's play for Durham, they haven't fallen quite in the same collective fashion that they had done in day one. Yes, there's a big gap between wickets 1 on 2, but
that might be a couple, maybe even 3. I think they'll settle on 2. Dab out into the offside, as is the spacing of the field. That edge like that from Graham Clark is only Jofra Archer who's in front of square on the offside.
yeah, and he'll happily accept any extra runs that the field is going to allow for. Ooh.
Nice tester. Oh no.
Yeah.
Yes, no, yes, and then no. Colin Ackerman was halfway down the track before he was eventually sent back, and just need to keep it tight, Durham, as we come towards an end on.
Yeah, that's the last thing you'd want, is for yourself to be the undoer of the good work that you've done.
It's nicely pulled on the card, but there'll be no confusion this time. It'll just be another one for Clark. He'll keep the strike. Durham creeping towards their first batting bonus point. Just further 10 runs away.
Yeah, and I imagine the conversation just in the middle of the batting track there between Clark and Ackerman is Clark, hopefully, at the very least, profusely apologising to Ackerman for that potential run-out situation. And Ackerman just saying, don't worry, but we've still got a job to do here. And we've got to be the ones to carry this through to the close of play today, which isn't going to be too far away. Minimum of 7 overs remaining in the day. Big swaft at that from Graham Clark against Coles, who is continuing still. And that one glanced off the legs, not quite with the connection that maybe Clark was anticipating, but it's an extra run on the board. And it's him safely off strike as well, as he moves to 45 now. Quick single from Ackerman. They're still showing the intent there, despite wanting to play it safely, carry things through to the end of the day, that they still want to try and keep scoring. Run rate stayed steady at 3.2 for most of this evening's session so far. Two more to come from Coles. Safely defended by Clark. And one more controlled forward defence to mark another end to another quick James Coles over. Just the 2 runs from it. 242 for 4. And that deficit starting to creep slowly but surely towards a double-digit number as well. Robinson looks like he's going to continue from that Lamley end. Imagine we might have seen the last of Jofra Archer with ball in hand today, potentially. Although I've been wrong in the past, and I'll certainly be wrong in the future. But with an old ball, I can't imagine they'll be wanting to try and squeeze an extra couple of overs out of Archer, save him for when that new ball gets taken, if the new ball gets taken tomorrow morning.
Think that thumped into the pad. No, it's going to go down as a run. For Ackerman, moves into the 60s now. And news from Headingley is that England know their target. England will have to chase 371 to win the opening test match of the series. That loops up. Graham Clark had absolutely no idea where that had gone. It's fortunate not to see it roll onto his stumps. Yeah, India all out for 364. Lead of 370, so England will be chasing 371 to win first of a 5-match series. Down at Headingley. Much more easier shot from Clark. We'll bring him another single.
It's an interesting total that England have to chase there. I can't really quite decide whether that's going to be easy and doable or whether it's going to be a little bit more difficult than at first glance. Certainly probably at the larger end that England will maybe have wanted.
I think the weather might have a role to play in that as well. Gets the inside edge. Just Robinson, but all on the ground to Haynes.
Yeah, credit to Robinson here over these past few deliveries. He's still trying to feel around with the ball against these batters. Try and ask one or two final questions before the day's play concludes.
Good running. Very good running. Ackerman will keep strike. 245 for 4.
Yeah, very good cricket that from Ackerman, especially after seeing his partner have that sort of deer in headlights moment of almost letting the ball roll onto his stumps against Robinson. And the answer to the question of whether we're going to see any more pace from the Finkel end is about to be answered. Gurinder Sandhu is coming back into the attack from this end. So we're going to get a couple more overs of pace from both ends here this evening. And my presumption about Archer looks like it's going to ring true. They're going to try and save him for when Sussex do go ahead and take the new ball, which will likely be tomorrow morning as Clark drifts across from offside to leg side and towards that sort of short mid-wicket range. Sandhu bowls again. Good running and good cricket there from Colin Ackerman. Just a simple dab and run. Moves him on to 62 of 136 deliveries. Clark, 46 of 73. Slightly fuller there from Sandhu, and Clark immediately returns to sender. It's again a very compact and slightly defensive field that Sandhu was bowling to here. And it's just being adjusted now that second man that was just sort of in that shorter mid-wicket position has just been put in towards the legs, in towards the offside, in towards more cover kind of region. Maybe an indication we're going to see a little bit more of that, a little bit more of Sandhu trying to push that ball up and trying to make it do a little bit of something in these last few overs. Got slip, and that's man at deep backward square leg, that sort of shorter mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover, sort of backward point. As well as the one sweeper out on that offside boundary being Daniil Ibrahim. Clark has one more ball to face of this new Sandhu spell. It's shorter, tries to chop it away into the offside, but the man at that fly slip kind of region is covering. And we'll close the over. Just the one run from it. 246 for 4.
Looks like a change to the slightly more orthodox bowling for Ollie Robinson. 2 overs from each end left after this. Or before that, sorry. Just prodded by Ackerman.
I think they want to try and break this partnership before the day is out. Take the new ball tomorrow, try and race through the tail and get back with the bat in hand here, ideally for Sussex. So
That's a lovely shot from Ackerman. He'll pick up a couple more. Nice clip through mid-wicket. Second new ball is available after this over, but as we've explained, doesn't make a lot of logical sense for Simpson to take it. I don't think it's even been run out.
Play still ongoing across the rest of the county championship matches as we tick over to 6 o'clock. Gloucestershire have lost their first wicket in their second innings, 32 for 1. They trail by 179 after Derbyshire put up a good reply of 398.
One ball left for Graham Clark to face in what should be Ollie Robinson's penultimate over.
Yeah, and he's bowled pretty well throughout most of the day as Robinson, none for 35 so far, just the one maiden to his name, but
And he's just watched by the Cumbrian. 3 from the over as we just tick past 6 o'clock. Local time. Durham 249 for 4, just one away from a batting bonus point.
yeah, they've had to work hard for it as well. Losing Alex Lee's 4 balls after lunch. Emilio Gay getting trapped on the front pad by Jofra Archer, his first class wicket in over 4 years. Will Rhodes then just sort of gifting his wicket away to the catching hands of Daniel Hughes. Now the far Hudson Prentice for 24. And then Ollie Robinson, after he looked like he was in such good form with the bat and good intent, was caught behind by Simpson after he just sort of needlessly followed a delivery that was down the leg side.
Oh,
Yeah.
second new ball has been taken.
Now this is interesting. After we were both saying that it's pretty unlikely, it doesn't really seem like there's too much sense behind using the new ball with 2 or 3 overs left to go. Gurinder Sandhu has been handed a brand new Kookaburra. And he's going to have a couple of overs, along with the one from Ollie Robinson at the Lumley end, to try and draw something out with it. Immediately, the field are trying to get themselves up and about as well. This is an interesting call here from Captain Simpson. Is it going to go ahead and pay off? Driven straight back down the ground. The bails do dislodge, but Clark well within his ground. The moment Ackerman not being tempted at all as Sandhu tries to figure things out and work with this new ball. 2.3 overs remaining minimum to play today. Deficit down to just 112 now as well. bottom edge there from Ackerman. Just goes ahead and inspects the toe of the bat after that as well. Not in any hurry, despite being 1 run away from that batting bonus point to get to that stage. Ackerman continues to show his patience. Maiden over for Gurinder Sandhu and Sussex after taking a surprise new ball. 249 for 4. As we have our first call of stumps in Division 1 of the County Championship. It's in Chelmsford, Essex and Hampshire. Essex set 296. It's their first innings total. Hampshire have replied with 293 for 4. Tilak Varma with 98 not out. Liam Dawson on 79 as they go in to close day 2.
Shape there from Ollie Robinson, who has a packed slip cordon to work with for his final over of the day. His 13th.
Tries driving there as Clark.
Really fizzed in from Robinson. Falls safe for Clark. So ground staff just start to emerge from their comfort of the old score box.
Durham are just in full protection mode now, aren't they? Another 8 deliveries still to face. New ball being taken. Ollie Robinson charging in, facing to 3 slips. Not in any hurry to register that batting bonus point, or for Graham Clark himself even to get to that half century. Picked up some movement off the ground there.
Last ball of the day coming up from the Lumley end. So left by Clark, another maiden with just 1 left in the day.
Yep, 249 for 4 still here at Chester Street. Most other games still currently playing around the County Championship as well. Warwickshire 144 for 1 against Somerset. Worcestershire lost a 3rd wicket, 41 for 3. They are at the moment. They're still chasing 36 runs against Surrey. Yorkshire going steadily in their pursuit of 487. 148 for 2. Oh, bowled him! Sandhu gets the breakthrough of Colin Ackerman. And the new ball risk pays off with the first ball of the final over. Colin Ackerman for 65 has the furniture rearranged and has to walk back to the pavilion 5 minutes earlier than expected.
Yeah, just slight inside edge, maybe kept a little bit lower than he thought it would do, but it's a risk that has paid off for Sussex, and that will be that on day 2 here at Banks Homes Riverside. Sussex buoyed by that last ball wicket. Clark and Ackerman had gone pretty well, but the Dutchman has to depart for 65, and Durham will resume tomorrow with 249 for 5 on the board. Wickets for Sandhu and Jofra Archer, as well as
Hudson Prentice.
Hudson Prentice has the other 2. As the ground staff get to work and the players leave the field, that will be it from us today. Thank you very much, Ben, for joining us. Thank you guys on the live stream as well for tuning in, and we'll be back with you tomorrow for around 5 to 11.